village hockey.
Right,
But I knew it was one of the beer league right after that.
right,
So,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So-
yeah, the glory, but they're also like, I mean, Dan's favorite team is Wake Forest, which is this tiny little place just south of Duke.
Yep.
Right, the big rival. So he hates Duke anyways.
Yeah.
And, but smart guys.
Good morning. And so, Friday, May 13th. And so on that note, welcome to the second day of, budget deliberation. Let's open the meeting up.
I have a mover and a seconder, please. Good evening, Narrow Acres and Councillor Champagne. The draft agenda presented to council for the special meeting and dated the 12th day of May 2023 be hereby adopted as circulated.
On favor? All carried. So any, declaration of, a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest thereof? There being none, we will proceed.
Morning. So we're continuing with the operating budget, 2023 operating budget. So Antoine's here, our engineer, to go over public works and environmental services. So take it away, Antoine.
Okay, so yesterday you had a little bit of a taste of the layout of the so I don't. But this was, yeah, it's your reference. It's categorized and we have tried quite a few items under public works. Exactly through the first one, it's all categorized. The first section we have is the 311 category. 311 category is all what relates to culvert works. So you've got some stockpile material of gravel that you need to replenish the culverts that will be purchased. So that includes like, culverts for driveways, and also some of the main prospects that we're going to be replacing. As a note, generally speaking, the price of the unit rate of the culverts has drastically increased as well. So that was a surprise to me. That's the market. We have a bit of a consultation, which is basically the conservation permits when we go through the Northern Manor Conservation Authority for working near waters. Pest control that is usually related to the process associated to beaver control. And then that categorizes what we have. So that's under culverts. And I'll probably just simply move on to the next item. The next item is brush mowing. So this is an item that we contract out every year. And the brush mowing is basically been revised with the new rates. And this is what we do once a year. A contractor comes in and cuts the side shoulder grass. It's about a week's work. Questions?
We go out and, but right now they're doing it, right now Bell's doing all those small roads. So maybe we should wait and find out exactly what they're doing, because they're doing a good job, well, except for cleaning up after, but they're doing all the roads. So I'm just wondering if this might be a new.
One question though, like if you look at what Bell's doing, it's almost like good sized trees.
That's right.
Like, are they really cutting the edges and everything, right?
The reason I'm saying that is because we go along, we just destroy it. People don't like it, but it has to be, they're going along right now and cutting them off. I'm just wondering if we're gonna give a contract out and half of them are already done by Bell. This might be a mute item. I'm just wondering if you should look into it, because you said you're gonna give them a call in and see what that's going to clean up. So if you find out that they're doing it, this might be a few.
There's just, maybe I wasn't clear, there's just one little variance on the item or that cost. The difference is that now the brushing, the shrub, the trees, the branches, we have our own machines, so we do it. But this is actually for the grass when it grows. So it's actually the grass that cuts these shoulders.
Not the trees.
So it's kind of the July month, where it starts to grow higher at the intersection. And it's just it's just a little tractor that comes in with I don't know what you call this.
It's like a hedge or trim.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm just saying right now they're going around, even our guys are out there. Might be something. Bell is already for behind it.
Okay, under ditching, we have an item that I've carried because in the past, what we've done is we've been breaking some rocks in some areas. So this is kind of in order to improve some drainage in various areas. Like last year, we did some on Bruce Road. This year, we have one or two roads we're trying to break some rocks. It's ditching because it's related to ditching, but it's actually material to break some rocks. Hardtop patching, this is where we're gonna be doing some, maintenance, basically maintenance on, we have full mix. And then we also have, sometimes with the new equipment that we're using, we're able to use a bit of hot mix as well. So this is really related to repairing the surface as a maintenance for the hard surface. Shoulder maintenance is the gravel associated to washouts from year to year when we have different storms. So we carry that item for maintenance of washouts. If I go to, we have expenditure with gravel again for certain specific fixes of gravel roads. That kind of covers a few roads that we need every year. Dust control. Dust control is actually, I believe this was the tendered item. So the item that
Yes.
we have is valued. It's like what it adds. We've been some increases.
And we've adjusted dust control and sand, winter sand, because we've got both prices.
That's right. So
They were gonna help both budgets.
it gives you the variance in the volume in pricing. They would be the price adjustment. It's the same contractor that was awarded this year. So gravel surface, again, another item subcategorized for doing some type 2 fixes of certain roads. If I move on to crack sealing, every year we try to bring and keep an item of crack sealing. So we've done quite a bit on the Astorville Road. It would be nice to continue to try to finish the Astorville Road. That actually needs quite a bit of it. So crack sealing. The next item is basically the cost recovery. That's with the municipality of the calendar, because we do a one per section. So we back charge them the cost of a load of salt. So we have a revenue. And then we move on to the expenses. Again, we have the sand for the tonnage that we need to replenish the building. We have just 5,500 tons. I think there's a contingency of 500, so that's actually the tendered item as mentioned. Price of salt, again, there's been an increase in the market. So this is quite, it's representative of the up to date, and then it's actually projecting the month of November, December coming as well, because we kind of finished the first part of the winter and projecting with the next year. So that's the amount of salt that we will need to finish the season. Equipment testing is related to some of the software, GPS, different tools that we use that relate to winter operation. So if I move on to the next page, page 3, we have signs. Under signs, we do have some digital signs that we're looking at, and we are looking at quite a review of the signs. Tell you the breakdown. So we have some posts that are associated to it. Guide rail is the maintenance item. It's actually again another item that I was very surprised that went up drastically in the unit rate of with cedar posts. But this is kind of giving us a bundle to do the repairs every week. We have to fix some posts. Pavement marking. So soon enough, we'll be able to do the lines that we have in the municipalities. We have 19 kilometers of hardtop surface that we do line cleaning. Railway maintenance, it's kind of an out of control. Cost is for the crossing of the railroads. We have OBR and also CF that we have to pay them a charge for maintenance. If we move on then to the next ones, those are basically summarizing the projected cost for equipment. So we've got the entire fleet. So we have about 15 pieces of equipment altogether. Diesel costs associated to the heavy duty equipment. Gasoline that's associated to the pickup vehicles, some of the small tools that we have as well. We have propane, and then Tires is a review of, you know, the pieces of equipment we need to change some tires and change them over. Again, whenever we do, there was a year like last year, we had 16,000 because we did the 4 tires on the grader. So those were relatively expensive each. The overall maintenance of the fleet is under mechanic services. And then we have the equipment maintenance, which is basically all the parts and all the wear and all the winter blades and everything that's associated to, we categorize all of those under parts. And then the insurances and the licenses. We have some revenues that are associated to the municipality. So entrance permits for the houses being built. The half loads permit, which we now just complete on the 15th, so that's coming up next Tuesday. Going to be the last day of half loads. Some engineering services for us with surrounding municipalities and aggregate levy that's projected from the inventory. So that's the associated revenues we have. And then if we move on to expenditure, this is more the so we have all staffing. Car allowances and the agreement that we have for providing our staff with needs. And then we go on with a sub breakdown of all the associated staffing costs. If I move on, and I can highlight perhaps the one that says uniform and safety clothing, so that's one that where we do actually provide certain gears and equipment, certain t-shirts and pants and stuff like that to dress up and have a uniform look throughout our staff. Bit of office supply, like the rest is, I think, self-explanatory unless there was a specific question. We do have some sorting services. Every year we try to tackle and fix certain areas. There's some dead ends, some turnarounds, some sections of the road that, you know, are not completely designed as they should have been designed. So every year we'd like to tackle one or so. And then we carry a little figure for that. And that's basically to improve the road and survey related items. Insurance premiums from the insurance and license and permits. So this includes like, you know, radio and different other licenses. The next item is section 382. So 382 is kind of related towards the operation with the garage more specifically. So we have the propane. The propane is actually to heat the building. So we have the propane tank in the back. And some of the equipment that we need to replace within the building itself, general maintenance, the welding that we have, and basically we have the hydro services that relate here. It's kind of an interesting one, but you know, well, basically hydro services. It's we had some changes with the fact that we had a portable. So eventually that number is going to change again when we are. It's a different year because we haven't really operated into the garage stuff, but it will be interesting to see with the new garage. Premiums and insurances. So again, related to the building. And if I move on to page 5, under page 5 we have there's the stuff total. But then if you move on to the training session, so we have courses that are related to snowplow operation. Every year, we like to certify our crew, and it just shows that they are well trained. And on top of the new changes, if there's any to do with operation. And next, we have some revenues from hydro. That was a credit that will eventually disappear. So there was a credit because we did a retrofit. So it still showed because it's carried from 2020, but eventually we were done with this project. So the revenue will eventually disappear. Expenditure, however, general repairs, that's kind of the network. We have about 100 lights, street lights. So we have associated repairs for the lights. Generally speaking, it's the maintenance. We do have lights that burn every so often, and those are associated maintenance costs. And then the hydro cost is basically the cost that we have with hydro to operate those things. So it's a flat fee that we receive every year. In rental services, we have revenue, so this is part of the tax. I don't know, Jason, if you want to clarify how it's.
So that line there and the one right at the, actually it'll pop up on the next page, but those are the garbage recycling fees that are added to tax bills, like collected through tax bills. So garbage collection fees this year projecting about 145,000 over last year amount of 134. We did just revise the fees and charges bylaw and increase the fees. So basically that just reflects an increase in fees and charges bylaw. With the addition as well of more homes in East Ferris, right?
So those are revenues that we're trying to look at, to offset the cost of the operation. So we have contracted payments, that's the contract for this one is
Garbage.
the garbage. And so that's garbage costs.
The last line at the bottom of the page is landfill tipping fees, so projected about 120,000. Last year was 126, over budget last year. We brought in more. I think if you look at the last 2 years, 126, 175, that's a pandemic thing. There's more activity, more going on, more people at home, more cleanup, more, yeah. If you look at 2020, you're at about 150. So we're still projecting more than just say a normal year. But conservative, I guess. That one's up in the air. It depends on what happens, right? And you get more demolition of homes or cottages and new homes going up, you tend to see some of that. But with interest rates where they are now, we know our building permit numbers are down. It all kind of goes that way, right?
On the, to summarize the next page on page 6 is the landfill site operation. So the landfill site operation, some of the big items, we have the consulting. Consulting is monitoring, so we monitor the well fault. So that's the associated cost of the monitoring, produce a report back to the ministry. Landfill site closing, so that's a cost that we carry every year towards the future closing of the landfill site. Pest control, so that's PCO, I believe, right now that are running the contract, and then that's when they have an associated cost for providing us with a report and a control on a monthly basis. Contracted services is actually going to be a new item that we have in this case. So maybe to elaborate on that, we had a shipping cost. I don't know if you've noticed, like we've generated the piles of incoming material, like couches, certain things that can be shipped, and we've separated mattresses because mattresses will be removed separately. There's going to be a fee to us, and that's what we charge for it. So we have about a 10,000 cubic yard of material that's piled up right now. So we want to basically try to maybe do half of it or so in shipping. So this would be for a contract for someone to come in. There's 2 companies that we know. One does the city of North Bay, another one does the other municipalities near us. So they would be coming in, and generally speaking, I think the outcome is that you reduce the volume by 50%. So when they ship, so there's a cost, but there's also tipping fees associated to the material that's piled up too. So ultimately, it's still relatively expensive, but we're seeing more material coming in. There's those dumpsters, there's more. So as the volume comes in, I think it's starting to consider, can we reduce that volume with shippers? But that's the estimate for them to come in and then perhaps, cover 40% of the pile, hopefully close to 50, but we'll see how it goes. So that's a new item that we started to pile up last year, but we didn't include anything for shipping last year. So this year we'd like to carry that forward and see how it goes.
Is that the material that can be used afterwards, like for?
Once it's shipped, they say that it could be used as part of even the road base, or like it could be mixed with material. I guess we'll really find out once we start to do the activity of chipping and see how it comes out. It can be used for the layers as well. So when we try to cover, it's good material to use, not necessarily like just on its own, but to mix a little bit with dirt and so forth. But the fact that it's chipped, it's easier for the equipment to push it and place it and spread.
The main purpose is volume, to reduce volume of what you're burying.
That's right. That's basically what it is. Yeah. And I think to say the truth is like the volumes have increased over the years. There's a lot more volume.
Just a question, I'm saying that the bins are getting. Work volume coming in.
Yeah.
Do we get an address from when they come over and drop off the bins where they come from? Give a web check and see. We usually do.
We do. Now, if somebody was to necessarily, cheat the system, we do the best that we can to double check and verify. We have a discussion with the building inspector every so often. We've got shingles under control. There was a time they were not. So that's what we've been doing, and I think it would be a recommend if we dealt with the contractor that we knew, they would be somewhat like, you're no more welcome.
It's not residents because you get their address, right? It's the trucks that come in and where are they coming from, right? Most of the time as well, whenever we bill out to just say, I'll pick on Kenworth, you bill out, they want the address of where they've picked up from on the invoice, because now they're going to bill a client as well on that, right? So for their own record keeping, normally that's how it's done, but we've not reprimanded any contractors since I've been here except for one for non-payment. We just pulled their landfill services away. Boom. What happens if we extend accounts to some of the big contractors so we can just invoice them versus a driver having to pay cash or right? But we charge $15 an invoice to mail out to these contractors for that service. And that's why one in the past we pulled their account. We actually didn't even allow them to pay cash. That was about 10 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, so.
So, I'm sure I understood it, just something you said that I always, for experience resident contractors, bringing in zero.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be, it's not such a big, 10 or drop of no day in our landfill because it's a quicker drive than
And so,
Sandown Road.
and Councillor Champagne's question was to clarify, and you confirm that you do verify.
Well, we do
To the
their,
best of the ability, but if they lie and stuff, that becomes a bit of an issue, like how.
but it is a request that we want to know specifically that, because at the end of the day, the explanation that I provide them, like everybody that comes in, like Ken or Mel or all the contractors that bring bins, and it's mostly bins that we're concerned with. That, our COA, the landfill site operates, that it's material only within the boundary and the limits of the municipality that we're allowed to accept.
Right.
So that's how we basically explain to them, we're not allowed to accept anything from outside.
I think about what we're dropping in building inspection, building permits. But the bids are getting later, so building permits also gives you. Doing additions or you're doing renovations, right? That's when the bids usually come in, so if all that's going down and the bin situation is going up.
It's not right.
Just the math doesn't work anywhere.
Yeah, the piles from the.
I guess we'll see this year because we're now in May, like in the winter months, you're not seeing it. So we'll see how it compares to last summer's higher activity.
Yeah.
And if it's high activity, but we know the building numbers are down and permits are down, that.
And the stockpile that we have is not necessarily like this year, it's something that we have generated over last year, mostly. Throughout the winter months, it slows down, and then eventually now it's like. So we'll see the trend.
Is that something we could put on the council agenda, come back to maybe in the fall, September or something?
Bring back the roads
It
and
might be good roads, yeah.
I feel that that's a topic that should become to council. I feel it's an issue that's of, it's deserving of some attention. If it went to the committee could it come back as a report to council or some, like, so if we diarized it for September or something?
Based on that, term. I remember talking about a little bit about it and talked a little bit about it with regards of more accountability.
Oversight?
Oversight to see like how we can do things better, like we went with mostly with the commercial businesses are coming in with, say, we'll use shingles, for example. For them to actually prove where everything is coming from and how we can backtrack to actually resource that material is coming through. I've seen it, I've heard it where contractors are, doing a job in calendar and then doing a job on the spares and then bringing material over in spares. So there's lots of questionable dumping with regards to materials that are coming in different areas. So it's just not East Ferris having that problem. I would imagine Linefield is also having issues also. And, but we did touch base a little bit about it with regards of how that's going to look like, how we're going to be able to do it. Part of, the, fix was to get hydro to the landfill site. So that was one of the first steps to try and mitigate what we're going to try later on do is try and fix the problem, right?
And was it, if we were to support the addition of a position in, as a dual fire prevention officer in the, bylaw enforcement, could that be a job that person, as, I mean, it is I don't, is it a bylaw policy as such that you have to be East Ferris resident? Is that enforcement? Would it come under that position, for example?
Well, the issue is we'd have to have a person working the gates.
Would it be done through an audit? I mean, if there's a record.
After the fact,
So it is done, like right now, anybody that comes in, we have, they take the license plate, the vehicle, the name, the address, everything's taken.
Yeah.
I think just came up in my head as we're discussing, but it might be more along the lines of when a truck comes, I'll pick on Canada, they come, they give you an address, say, I need the contact information for the job, like the person you're doing the job for in East Ferris, and have somebody call and confirm the job. I think that's almost the better way of doing it. Because when then they find out they're doing that, I don't think they're coming to our gate with a job not from East Ferris. Right?
For the bins we're talking about.
Yes.
Then the bins are
We're
moving.
not talking it's a daily call either. This isn't a very big administrative burden.
I think it's worth some further discussion and because it is.
Oh, we can implement that. It's very easy for us because we have all the documents. So we can do an internal audit and eventually say a sample of, 15, 20 cases, and then out of those, they were all legit or.
Yeah.
And then that's doable.
So if we did that, it could be reported to the Public Works Committee and then back, just report back to council so we could have
Discussion.
another further, that'd be all right? We could.
To see if it's in compliance.
But just to go a little further, it's bins plus the, what do you call it? Fire trailers.
Yeah.
So,
Some of them are very big now.
yeah, they are. Some of them are, triaxle trailers.
Yeah.
And trailers can hold more than just one.
Yeah.
Of materials, so it's where's all that, and that trailer comes in, and I've seen it, so.
What,
How many households are in that trailer, and where did all those
yes,
households came from, right?
here's a problem. You have a resident that goes around picking up people's garbages to bring to the landfill.
Yeah.
Are they doing jobs in North Bay? Probably. And then when they come, what do? Is say, we need a list of the 50 houses you live in, with all of their contact names and numbers. You're never gonna be able to audit that, and I'll tell you why. If they know the ones on North Bay, they're not gonna put on a list, because you don't know how much garbage was picked up of every house.
And I agree with you, it's not,
That's the tough one.
we're not gonna get 100% compliance. If you can get whatever high compliance rate,
Yeah.
that's what is achievable, and that's what would probably be.
Yeah.
Or
Can't- No, the Miller and Canor and stuff bins, it's their companies, their corporations, right? They're picking up a job. They're probably not going home to home like some of the others, right?
Yeah.
So it's easier.
But you gotta watch out too, because some of the people hauling brush, they'll either burn it. If they can't get landfill site, they'll find a dead end road somewhere, pile of brush.
Yep.
You gotta go and clean it up. So there's a fine balance you gotta keep.
Yeah.
Right, that's-
Mattresses.
It's unfortunate because we talked about it last year about kind of modernizing the landfill site where people come in and there's just bins now. They don't travel on the property. We go to having like a POS machine to accept cards versus cash, then we don't have to worry about that. But you stare at a budget like this. It's like, well, we might as well be status quo and see what we can do next year. But, you don't want any more costs, right? But we got to do something with the landfill.
Yes.
In terms of making sure that we have a good, useful life still of the landfill and bins, all of it. How to go about chipping it so that we reduce, volumes of that, but yeah. We probably should look at hours of operation. in my time here, I think it's always been the same, right? So you've got the dumping. Well, I'll give you an example. In the winter, the landfill's open 1 day a week. That person doesn't want to hold on to goods for 7 days. Where's it going? The summer, people are out, you know, you have a week off vacation, you want to do cleanup. It's open Tuesdays and Saturdays. You get,
Yeah. Well,
there's a different way, you know, summer, maybe we gotta look at the hours that we operate.
it's dumped at the gate or you find it
Yeah.
with a snowbank,
Right,
the snow melts,
but that,
clean up, right?
when you extend services, you've got costs to it, right? So.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that explains a little bit of that item. I just wanted to highlight it. We've got revenues again, so that's a portion of revenues, the recycling. And the expenditure that's related to the recycling. The next, we have some other revenues that are associated to the scrap metal, and we bring scrap metal and we generate the revenue. WPO, Waste Diversion Ontario, that's a grant that we get related to our reporting every year. The electronic recycling, so that's the W program. And blue box sales, so once we sell blue boxes at the front, it's kind of a general revenue associated with it. But on the next line, you see that we do have a cost for blue boxes, so when we buy them in bulk, we buy them and then little bit at a time we sell them one by one. So this year, to replenish some of the stuff that we have to purchase new boxes and the hazardous waste depot. This is a agreement that we have with the city of North Bay so that we can offer that service as well to residents, and they can have access to the facility on Hatton Street. So that kind of summarizes the pretty much anything on the public works and environmental.
When is the garbage contract due?
We're going to tender this year. We've discussed this, Antoine and I.
Okay,
The old agreement had extensions, but what happened, remember that agreement, the company sold? So what's happening right now is they're still operating as, like, I know the truck says GFL on it, but when they invoice us, they still operate as R&D Recycling. They want to change that, plus we have a contract with R&D Recycling, not GFL. So, and then just lately, I don't want to say we've had issues. There's been a few things, but also I know in the municipality of Calendar, because I see it on their Facebook, they've had some. So I think it's time to really look at bring it, making sure that we cover our butts in the agreement for things like truck couldn't make it up the road today. Well, you know what, go at 8 o'clock tonight. I don't know what to say, but the contract is our residents get their garbage picked up on a Wednesday, right? Can't have them say keep it till next week. So that's happened a few times. It's just time to go sharpen up our tender, look at it, make sure we got good clauses in it and put it back out. And let GFL and Miller and whoever else, but there's not a lot of them that will bid on it.
no, not many. What happens among person we had before? Give some a little bit of spec, because a lot of the cans aren't getting empty. And fortunately, now you look on the side of the road and all the papers are all flying around, the garbage or the cans are there, all on the side.
You've mentioned that a few times. We don't get any calls in this office for it.
So,
Like I see a lot of birds eating out of garbages and all that. I followed the GFL truck. They never picked it up or anything, but in all honesty, it should be in a can, right? So I don't know what those.
Cycling.
Yeah,
And go look at the drive right now, how the snow's gone, you'll see it almost every driveway there's cans. Well, a lot of times I've seen, and other people have seen it, cans laid beside the blue box, they grab the blue box, dump it, cans still sits there. We just didn't have that before. I know.
those things are kind of hard though to really. I don't want to use the word believe, but unless you're following the GFL truck, how do you really know that's what's happening? That there's a can next to it? Like that could have blown off the top into a ditch prior to them ever getting there to empty it, right? So unless somebody's sitting there watching a GFL truck or you're watching that bin all day, you don't know how it really happened.
You watch the truck and he must have looked down.
Yeah.
Cans and the smoke cans sitting there.
The only thing you can do with that is an education, like a discussion with the contractor to say that something like that, but we don't get calls for that.
Do you remember in the past, it was when we did go for renewal of the contract, was there a big discrepancy between?
What happened was we combined garbage recycling. They used to be separate contractors. And to save money, we combined it with one contractor. And that's, Jean-Luc got both. So we didn't have Boyer anymore, but I believe Boyer was not going out of business anyway.
Adjustments, like,
Yeah.
at the time, you know, they were like, everybody does their job different. So.
Yeah.
When you contractor, then it was a way of doing business.
Yeah,
And then, so there were adjustments. But
yeah,
But again, you get what you pay for too, like you pay peanuts, you get money. I've done Don campaign had a 10% state, past, yeah, shovel and broom back at the truck.
okay,
You go out and clean it up the way they go, it's respect and municipality.
yeah,
And you got the point where the bidding was so low, they were saying, well, I don't get paid enough for that. Well, that's not our fault. It's your job to do, right?
yeah,
Almost like it seems to be following the big company way, and people are saying, well, they don't care anymore.
yeah. And that's why I say if we look at the tender and put clauses in on, you know, to cover those issues, right?
That's what that
Because it's very hard to have a conversation with Apter and tell them to do something and then they go back to that contract and there's nothing that stipulates it, right? We've seen that. So,
So I've been asking people to put in service requests, so we
Yeah.
have data, right?
Yeah.
So, if you, I mean, I don't respond on Facebook, but maybe I will, just saying, put that in a service
Yeah.
request, put that in a
So-
service request, because if we could, you know, anecdotally, we can say anything, but if we have data.
yeah, so what are you hearing, Deputy Mayor?
Well, I just, at the end of our road, we had the same issue, right? That there were, and there is a lot of garbage around ours that it blows out.
Yeah,
So, you know,
the tough part of the blowing out thing, I mean, if it's down the road or not at the driveway, I mean, how much, they're not here to, you know.
that's right.
If it's
And they are
blowing up,
on a-
I mean, get a bigger bin, get more bins, I don't know what to say, but if people are piling it up,
Right. And they're on a tight schedule, like they're not,
yeah,
they can't be out there with rakes. So,
The biggest thing you see is especially in the wintertime. The yellow, the boxes out there, plow goes by, well, don't get tipped over. One way or the other, something's gonna happen. They just pick up what's there. And all of a sudden you get sitting right there. You can get that, next 2 seconds.
I guess I would put in a service request, Rick, and.
I just noticed the last 3 years it's changed.
I get it, I get it.
But it's a good point, however, because the more information we get,
Right.
ultimately, we have more ammunition to drop, like, and try to get to those points,
Right.
right? That's a good point to get. The more information we get, the better.
I'll be on that. Okay, so I do have a question, because some of the digital signs you said that you're going to purchase, is insurance going to cover those costs, or
Yeah.
is this up and over and above what insurance is covering,
So the ones that are replaced by the insurance
right?
are the ones that are not even in this book.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
And what happens is that we have ones that are replaced by the insurance, which are kind of designed to get data, and they're the ones that had kind of we moved them from place to place. I was just informed, I believe, that they arrived. And then we have the permanent. So the permanent ones are a new style, and they're in this budget. The permanent ones are the new ones that we will eventually decide to perhaps add more streets and then post them on those streets.
More for the problem areas. That's where we have the fixed ones. And then the other ones will be movable ones where we can put into other areas. Get that data and be able to share that to the other communities. And or the other communities be able to share it to council and to the public works, and then bring it to us with regards of what's going on in our municipality.
And then permanent one don't provide the same level of data, but they're gonna be more. We're not gonna move them.
okay.
We identified a couple of roads in our roads meeting yesterday where we gotta get the traffic down on Deerland Road and a few others. So that's gonna be coming up to council.
Good.
so for council's info overall, public works budget, environmental is up 10%. That's what the math is on. it. Thanks, Antoine. Okay. We'll now move on to the building department.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yep. Better make sure.
One revenue is fault. Also, my revenue's upset because I changed them. I'm expecting a little more and the budget's a little tight this year.
This is new to you too?
One line.
Yeah. But I think that's right, this year last. Probably, yeah. Yeah. That's why I brought the rate, so you can see how it works. Be here next year. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, as you know, in the building department, it's like looking at a crystal ball that we don't have, because we don't really know what's gonna happen. Or the permit fees and that kind of thing. Right at this moment, I think our income intake's even more than last year this time. So the income,
Yes, which is obvious.
that's anything, because last year's ridiculous. Exceptionally busy.
I think what's driving it is a smaller number of bigger construction values on individual permits. This is what it looks like. Like we're sitting at about $32,000 in revenue. And when I had compared it to last year, it was 27. So we're higher, but
Yeah.
oddly less permits.
How many do you know, the number of permits by heart?
I'm sorry.
And do you know what that represents in number of permits?
30 something. Yeah, 33, something like that, and I think,
We're usually about 125 permits a year, Paul, 150?
yeah, 120 to 150.
Yeah.
And, we've got what, 8 homes to go? Well, we've got more yesterday, so,
So we're at 10 homes now,
yeah.
50 last year.
So,
You start, I mean, this is a busier time, but like a lot of times you'll get them in even when there's still snow on the ground because they're planning to get shovels in the ground, right?
yeah, I'll get applications ready now.
Yeah, but if you look at it, without the year, we had 50 last year, 29 the year before. The years before that was always 18 to 20. So if we're sitting at about 10 right now, we're at about half of a normal year in May.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we're playing it out.
This is a bumper start. Concrete something there.
Interest rates are up, starting to come down a little, but
They're not gonna go this year.
yeah.
The plan's gonna be done this year.
Perfect. So revenues are projected at 129 versus a budget of 124 last year, so we increased it by about $5,000. That was the change I had made for Paul. The rest of the budget, like Paul said, it doesn't change much from year to year. The difference being salaries this year because we've got Tate Creek that's been hired and he's shadowing Paul for the year. So we knew that in advance that we'd have a hit on payroll this year. So that's not all of the increase. I mean, but a good chunk of it. Yeah. Anyway.
I think we've been studying taking out really since you've been here. We had 2 exams. He's got doing quite well. And I think he's got like 5 more to go. He's busy.
Is that in here too? All of the
Yeah.
course, things like that?
Studies, yeah.
You know what, council? Give me 1 second here. You're missing a page. Well, you're not missing a page. You're missing one little section on the training side.
I think it was not on there.
Yeah, let me just take one look here. Maybe it's only the little training section that's line. Yes, so the only piece missing to it beyond the 227 was cost recoveries of about $2,300. So that's a revenue. And I will, I'll get council, I break the sheet for billing there, so you have the official one. But we charge half of Paul's training costs per year, which is the conference, the Chisholm. That was an agreement we've had in place. So there's $2,300 that'll come back to us there. And then on the expense side of things, we've got $8,550 in training costs. That's Paul and Tick Creek. And the mileage is $800, so a total of $9,350 for training. Sorry about that. So the grand total for Paul's is $105,464.
What was that again? 105?
$105,464 is like I say the cost for the department.
Okay.
One question on the contract services. Did we cut back on the municipality somewhere? Because last year was 6,000, this year.
So we pay contract services to Papineau Cameron for Shane Conrad. I think the idea this year was that with Paul's absence, Tick Creek can take on some of it. Right? Also the thoughts that if there's less activity, we would likely need Shane less. Yeah. That agreement will be coming to council. If it's not the May 23rd meeting, it'll be the first one in June. I believe it's the first one in June. Because they dated it Papineau Cameron June. So we'll bring it to the first meeting in June, but they're looking to renew that agreement with Shane as a backup. So we just don't like some of the language and how it's written down the agreements.
Not bad.
Yeah, some of the discussion around at the CAO's meeting has been surrounding municipalities wanting to cover each other. I'll give you an example, like Paul be available for Chisholm Bondfield calendar. Calendars being available for Chisholm East Ferris, like over kind of coverage. And if there was any issue whatsoever, we've already named them CBOs and things like that, but I'm not too much on board for any of that. We've got enough going on with Chisholm, so yeah.
You had a request, well, I mean, we are discussing bylaw enforcement additions. And certainly, I mean, personally, I've done my own analysis like last year when we had 50 building permits compared to other communities. And, you know, we have solo persons. So we do appear, in my view, from my own analysis, to be a very efficient department, but we don't have anything official to say. Like, for example, yesterday, very many people there are all these statistics, you know, on efficiency. So how could we, like, if when we're asked a question for whether or not it's the right thing to do to be adding manpower for bylaw enforcement, how do we? Is there anything that you have that would support that direction? It's compared, like, so for example, yes.
Not sure.
Well, no, we don't track the bylaw end of it
So basically, we say that you're fully occupied on building, that you have no more capacity to do anything else. That's why we need to.
The only way I can see Mayor Rochford and that is that on the FIR. You'll have to report your construction activity and your building permit numbers. And if you looked at, you have to also report how many like full-time employees you have and by department. If there was on the FIR a separate line for building department, a number of staff, you'd be able to do some kind of analysis to say X number of permits by X number of staff and then compare it that way.
Right.
Problem is in big cities, you're going to have a lot of administration staff in a building department. You're going to have CBOs, inspectors, a variety, not just a CBO, right? So how it won't be exactly apples to oranges, but you can kind of say, yeah, but even cost wise, you can compare that. How much costs, like, you know how our auditors do for every employee, this is our cost.
Right.
And the bigger the number, the better, because, right?
Right.
You can kind of do something like that and say, okay, based on their numbers.
Yeah.
But let's say 15, 20 years ago, my association did a study. And they said the average building inspector should be inspected about 100 projects a year. 100 projects a year.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there we are.
The mix on the bylaw though, Mayor Rochford, that's where it becomes difficult because larger municipalities than us, they'll have a person, they'll have a bylaw department.
So a plumbing inspector, heating inspector.
So based on the statistics that you have from your association, or if you recall, then you would justify easily an addition of a bylaw enforcement.
Yes.
And to some extent.
Yeah.
Even if you look, if we had 150 permits. And if you look at Chisholm, yes, I was gonna get that. So how many permits in Chisholm do you oversee?
Last year, I think it was 30.
30. So you're sending out about 180 permits. Even if you looked at the 13,000 inspection fees for Chisholm, you divide it out by $100 an hour. We're not quite there on what we bill them. But if you looked at it that way, you got 130 hours you
Mhm.
can put towards Chisholm. Right?
Mhm.
That's more than 10 hours a month if you average out for a year
Yeah,
of someone's time, right? So. But 180 permits is quite a bit for one person.
it seems like it's almost that cheap. If we use, and that was, how many years ago did you say you recall?
That was like 20 years ago, that's.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure on the building side, over 15 years, it's become more efficient where it should be. Oh, now you should be looking at 125 or 150. I don't know,
Okay,
right?
yeah. Or if it's
But even
become more
if-
demanding, you need.
Right, even
Yeah,
if you added
like-
25% to the figure,
Yeah.
and said someone should look at 125 permits, he's still sitting at 180.
Yeah,
I've spoken to inspectors and we actually compared this kind of stuff and the plan here is not. It's reviewing 1,000 permits a year for slackers apparently. But these are guys that never leave the building. So, and I said, well, I have to go do an inspection, might be 45 minutes away. Oh, it's a good chunk of my day gone to do one inspection. It's really hard.
it's very competitive, yeah.
And then I know it's down on the inspectors are given a block or two. Just, they do bylaw and building at law. And so let's go out, and leave in the morning and come back at the end of the day, and that's it.
This is a big block.
Yeah. it's very-
You have a 155 square kilometer block.
Yeah, it doesn't be hard to do that.
So it is impossible just to for you to do any violence.
It's really difficult, and what happens is I don't have the time to deal with it right away either, like I'll keep getting it off, and that's. Big
The
problem.
people get us.
The real, if it's a one-off and you deal with it and it's a phone call and they'll send a letter and it stops, fine.
Yeah.
It's the ones that'll are recurring
Yeah,
that you gotta keep on them, which those are the time drainers, right?
Yeah. okay, thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, guys.
Okay. General government,
Yes,
can I go get a cup of coffee?
yes, let's take a break. We're still live on YouTube.
Okay. I know, I brought a sweater. Yeah.
You last one do it.
No,
You last one just do it.
we. Me. I know, you.
That's okay. I said my car ran out of.
Building permits. On that. On that one.
A bit to hand out. There. Can hand one of these. One of these to everyone.
Me? Me? And Terry.
You're gonna get a few of them, right?
Yep.
That's us.
You're gonna get quite a few now, so maybe keep it separate from the mornings. So.
Thank you.
If you can put one here for me. Mine can go right there. I'll keep them separate.
We should have 4.
You should have
Yeah. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Perfect. I'll just pile them here. And
I got 5.
5. One.
I got 5.
there would be administration, council, policing stuff and animal 4.
Well, I got 5 sheets. That's all I'm saying.
What about animal control?
One stapled, right? So you got
Oh, one staple, sorry.
Oh, 1 staple.
Yeah, right. You just said 5 sheets.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the guy that's working with no sleep.
Okay. So we will start with. We'll tackle the small ones first. So if you can grab page, well, let's start with councils. So at the top, it'll say category 100 to 102. Okay. That's council's budget. Pretty much by half, I think that's what council wanted to do, so. No. Okay, let's start. So obviously, for council, there's no revenues. And then if we look at expenses, salaries are up. There's a cost of about $18,000 extra in salaries just because of the new council remuneration bylaw. So that takes that bylaw into account. Office furniture equipment, $600. We put a small amount there because I consider the council chambers part of council. And what we've done is we've bought the cart with some tables because we realize this room doesn't have tables if you have a training session. So someone like a fire department, or we have like respect in the workplace training coming, that if anybody wanted to write, you're sitting on a chair. So we've gone ahead and got some. We're kind of keeping it there for now, but the cart, you can move them around. That was nice with Quarter Park Hall. You had all of that. So anyway, with that, going down the list, I'm going to just touch on the bigger items. Computer hardware, we had budgeted any replacement of tablets if we needed them. That's in there. Marketing and promotions, I know it's up quite a bit, 7,000 over last year. But if you look at the last 2022 actuals, it is up there. So what happened? That's marketing, promotion and events, and it captures quite a bit. It captures Remembrance Day ceremony. It captures any grand openings that we have. We've done the municipal office years in the past. We've done the medical center. It covers a Christmas party. It covers anything in terms of any marketing promotions in that way. So it doesn't take long. Like a Christmas party could take easily half of that money, right? So it goes pretty quick. If you look at the last couple of years, there was a couple of years with the pandemic where we hadn't had the Christmas party. So that's why you see some of the smaller numbers. Memberships for $6,500. There's about 6 or 7 memberships that we consider our council or corporate memberships. Going down the list, we put aside $28,000 for integrity commissioner services if need be. So right now, I know it looks like 0 in 2022. There's a retainer amount that we will put there when we go through the audit, and it's a prepaid figure that's got to be expensed. And then donations, we put down $5,000. You can see last year's was about $3,234. In the past, we've had things like fireworks in there that we considered a donation, but we've moved that now under as well, marketing, promotion, and events. It's not really a donation when you start donating to your own department, right? So looking under there could be donations we've done in the past, like food bank. I believe it's about $2,500. Sometimes you get organizations come to council to ask for a donation. So that figures there. So about 30,000 over last year, but a big chunk of it is the payroll amount and the marketing, promotion and event. Under expenditures for training and education, budget slightly down over last year, a little more than the actuals of 25,342 for 2022. Basically, I look at the numbers. I know when council members were not attending certain conferences this year. Being 5 months into the year, it's pretty easy now to, when 3 of them happen by May. So I was able to adjust that. The only thing that does is next year, if all council members go to every conference, the number goes back up. But in a year when we've got a higher increase, I'll tweak wherever I can, right? So overall for council, $90,604 versus last year's budget of $165. So a difference of about 25,000, 18-ish roughly for payroll related, if you want to just pick out one big number. So that's council's budget. Is there any questions? Overall, for council, it's a 15.4% increase in budget and a 0.42% tax levy increase. 0.4.
0.4 tax.
Yeah, to the tax levy. I'll hand out a summary after. You'll have that figure, Deputy Mayor. You'll see how everybody's budget went up and how it affects the tax levy. Questions? Okay. We can go to category 240 to 240. That's bylaw enforcement, and we discussed this yesterday when we went through fire. 25,608, basically the cost of a bylaw enforcement officer for half a year we talked about the fire prevention and bylaw enforcement position.
So in the fire budget, what half there and the other half is here. Is that
So what we did is we took a salary, we looked at roughly what someone of that position makes,
right?
added the payroll burdens to it, which usually run about 20% by the time you look at BI, OMERS, WSIB, pension, all of that. Then we take 7 months out of the year, or sorry, 6 months out of the year, because they would be hired July 1 was a prediction. And then we divided that number by 2. That's 25 there, 25 under 5. That's the math. We had $10,000 budgeted last year. That was a number from the sky. We were doing contract, we were getting bylaw services contracted through Chisholm. And the actuals were just say almost $4,000 Chisholm invoiced us. What happened with that though is we were told by Chisholm, we were the municipality using Brad the most. But then Brad didn't do the whole year either. So my thoughts are if he did the whole year, we likely would have been closer to the 8 to 10. We probably would have spent the budget. So that's.
I got a question.
Sure.
What do we? Who qualifies for this? Do we have somebody in front of this? Through the fire department, or are we gonna advertise for this, or?
We'd advertise and anybody internally can apply if they want. I mean, the only difference would be is if we had somebody that was, I call them rock star person and has experience on both sides, why wouldn't we? The only, something to remember as well is fire department members are all working. They normally have a job elsewhere, right? So who's willing to quit a job somewhere else to take this on and have the qualifications?
Oh, I'm just wondering.
And I don't know.
The one thing I would just think is if we had somebody internally that retired fireman, so that's with that qualification.
Yeah, but what I say is, if we want to limit ourselves to internal, fine, but you can always put it out to market and they can apply as much as anyone else, right?
So when we pass the budget, we're going to look for somebody.
Yeah. The idea was to get the job description and they're available, like we have to create one, that's a dual position. And then just advertise it. That's why I was somewhat saying if we had to go ahead, you could be advertising by the end of the month. And then if you do your interviews and you hire and someone has to give a 2-week notice, that's why the thought was probably July is reasonable. The only way of trying to shave costs, and I've done this in the past, is say, okay, we could probably go 2-3 months without the person. So I'm going to shave 2-3 months off of the amount and I'm going to start it in September. We had to do that in the past, gap positions and everything just to keep within budget, right? But you do that if you need a little bit of money, but when you,
I was thinking that's what Paul kind of doing too, so Paul's kind of, he's leaving, so. He's got some issues out there and we can't do nothing about it right now, that's.
So Paul's still addressing them, but Greg's been working with them. We've got one that Jay Richard was dealing with right now. The notices have gone out. Just to let council know, this is a clean yards issue. The clean yards bylaw already made it to Meg and they already got back to us with a couple of changes we need to make.
Oh,
And then we're gonna get, which was very nice. 3 changes, Monica, 4, very minor. Then they said, go ahead and pass it and send it back to us. So it's gonna happen pretty quick where we can enforce that one.
Yeah.
But right now we're dealing with one that would have to go to court if we proceeded, but what the person's been told is you've got till June 15th to clean up the property. If not, we're showing up and we're cleaning it for you and we're adding the cost of taxes and we're not giving you another notice.
Oh, that's good.
3 summers in a row is enough
Yeah.
for us, so. But that's what you have to do, right? So the beauty of that one is it's being rented by a tenant. So it's gonna go on the taxes, the landlord can pay for them, so let the landlord take care of their issue basically, right? So, yeah. But so bylaw matters, if I can get back to it, they're being dealt with. They're just, they sidetrack kind of Paul and Ted Crete and then Greg gets involved because he oversees Paul, right? And you get a lawyer involved and there's a cost to that, so. But they're still being, like when we get a call for bylaw, we're still dealing with them. Anything to do with the animal control bylaw, like dogs and that, it's still Humane Society that deals with those, right? So
next year, this will be double the price.
well, yeah,
Just.
could be somewhat double. If someone's fully trained, we also don't have training costs to have to worry about or minor. Another thing to mention is that this year's a tougher year because like next year we don't have Paul's salary, we have Tech Breeds, and this year's a double up. So if it happened for January 1 of this year, we probably wouldn't even be having the conversation. It's okay. We're just adding this one payroll position, but you're adding that, you have Tech Breed in there because he's shadowing Paul, like, So you look at next year, you drop over $100,000 payroll costs, or, I mean, because Tech Freak's been budgeted from March on, so not quite 100, but things happen next year that kind of help us. This year's the tougher year where you've doubled up on things, right? Like council could say, okay, well, don't do the bylaw position until next year and just deal with it how you've been doing it for the rest of the year. Right? And I mean, it may come down to that when we have to start shaving a percent here and there, 60,000%, you take 26,000 times two. Right? You're getting close to like 1%, right? Like those are probably some of the decisions. Once you see the summary and we're all done,
Yes.
there might be some bigger talks to have to say, yeah, it would have been great to do this year, but we're just gonna deal with it and. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. Sure, so it's up to council. Okay, so category 280 to 280. Animal control. It's basically, if you look at the first section, dog tag sales, $2,200 is what's projected in revenue for this year. We budgeted $2,400 last year, but we only came in about $164. If you look at the year before, it's $2,400, and in 2020 was $2,000. It always floats around that, like the last few years. This number always somewhat puzzles me a little bit because when I started here, we were over $5,000 in dog tag sales. That tells me there's a lot of people with dogs that don't buy tags. You cannot tell me that there's less dog population in East Ferris when we're getting 50 houses a year, 30 houses a year, and 20 every other year. So.
Question, how do you said in the past, we used to get mail out the taxes? Now you don't mail out the taxes because most of them go to
Correct.
bank.
So this is how it works. You have to legally send one tax bill out a year, which is the final tax bill. Even if your bank pays for it, everybody gets a tax bill. The difference is the interim tax bill. We do not have to mail it if a bank is paying for it. So we're saving on the postage costs. A lot of people too, they'll call and say, why am I getting a tax bill? The bank's paying for it, right? So it kind of reduces some of those calls. But legally, we have to send out one tax bill a year. So the dog tag sale or slip goes in the interim bill. Well, if you've got, 1,000 accounts on banks, that's 1,000 bills that didn't go out, it's 1,000 slips that didn't.
So could we switch the notice for dogs?
The problem is you need it January 1, technically.
If it would say for the next,
Well, the only thing you can do is change your period where you say you need a dog tag from July 1 to July 1. It doesn't run a calendar year.
Mhm.
And then you send out the slips with a final. And they buy for July to July. Because what happens if you send out in July and they were supposed to have one January 1, a lot of them are gonna say, well, half the year's done. I'm gonna take a chance.
Yeah.
So then what happens is if a dog gets caught without a tag, the Humane Society brings it to the pound. And to retrieve it, you have to buy your tag. The difference being Humane Society keeps the dollar value of the tag.
Right.
But they don't do it much because they'll give us 10 tags at a time and they never come back. So.
would it be a problem for us to look at something half year like that if we had to do July? I do agree that it is something that we're no longer promoting or not promoting, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
The tough part's getting that message out, like we put in the calendars, the municipal calendars, and it'll be like January 1 or something that will say dog tags due, right? So that people, because a lot of, keep the calendar. Some look at it all the time. It's the calendar, right? We were hopeful there. It goes in the newsletter. So the newsletter that goes out, the social media kind of post.
And if I want enforcement officer, that would also be something that person would look at how to develop further.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I understand, okay.
I know in North Bay, I heard it because I was on the Humane Society board and there was something along the lines where they went door to door asking people if they had pets and if they had their tags, and it did not go well.
And when you go door to door, that's really nice.
Well, that's what I could remember that 1,500. We used to make it revenue. It was kind of consistent every year. Then it went to 5,200, then it was up to 5. And now you look at it, there's no way there's less dogs.
What I'm getting at is pay your taxes at the bank. You've got no reason to go to the municipality.
Right.
You go to the municipality, you pay your taxes, and automatically comes up and the girl looks up and says, what did you get your dog tag to? But they're not going. Yeah. A lot of people, it's like, my cousin, tax day is due. She's there when They're on time, she buys a dog tag.
Yeah, another thing as well, a few years back, council, on the bylaw, this is back in the. Years back anyway, it was always $20 a pay for a dog, didn't matter how many you had. And then one of the staff members of the bylaw pitched to council that every additional dog should be half price at $10 a pay. Well, if count the dogs, if you've got 100 of them out there and you just lost $10 a tag, you've lost $1,000. Right, kind of thing. So that doesn't help either with the figures.
Well, it wasn't bad at one.
I mean, it's such a big revenue generator in the town, this one line. But that's what it is.
But you gotta think about it, back in the day, and I remember I was different dog catchers, they were getting like $2,000 a year. Okay, to me, now we're at $13,000, so you gotta recuperate some of the costs, right? And at that time, the dog catcher used to live in the municipality and drive around and say, oh, there's a dog there, hey, you got your dog tag. So they make a point of it. So, but the bylaw enforcement officer could come up with a plan and could go around the township and see what's going on, because that's what he's paid for.
Yeah.
If he happens to go along and sees a dog, just put a slip in the mailbox, doesn't have to go check and see the dog has one, just put the mailbox, did you get your dog tag?
Yeah.
Good.
I believe I got a dog slip in at the beginning of the year.
In your insurance tax bill?
At the beginning of,
Are you on pre-authorized payments?
hey,
You're on pre-authorized payments for taxes? Your bank doesn't pay yours?
no,
No, so that's
So
why
that's
you
why
got
you
one.
want it.
oh, okay.
The only ones is if like RBC or your bank like pays, then you don't get a bill. If you're on pre-authorized payment, you get a bill because you get a PAB schedule with it. So you're losing anybody, but now there's about 2 or 3 banks that have come to us and say, we are no longer paying taxes on behalf of our clients.
Oh, really?
So they're backtracking on that, which is surprising. 'Cause I know back in the day, or probably still now, if your bank paid for your taxes, they were charging you a 3% administration fee to administer for that for you. So that's a revenue for banks. The only difference would be if the banks figured out 3% is not covering the administration of doing this. We're out of this business kind of thing. So now you're seeing the banks start backtracking and residents are coming and saying, well, can I get on PAP or do you have a plan? Because my bank doesn't pay anymore when I renewed my mortgage. So, yeah, it might go backwards now and they'll start getting their bills.
What percentage of our taxpayers are on?
How about I put it in the weekly report?
Yeah, no.
If not money, because I don't know,
Would you
there's quite a bit.
more than?
I would say that the banks paying and pre-authorized paying is more than half the accounts, or, yeah. Yeah. It also helps with keeping unpaid taxes down. When the banks pay and your mortgage pays, or you're on pre-authorized payment, because people keep up to date.
Yeah.
If they're not, then there's just some that get into trouble and, I mean, we still make money on interest and penalties.
Exactly.
Because it,
Make a lot of money in.
yeah, well, we're about $75,000 a year interest and penalties on unpaid tax accounts. So you'll see that when I go to the next budget. Expenses for animal control, $275, basically the cost of any forms or like the dog tags that we sell. And then contract services with the Humane Society is $15,500. That's an unlimited, there's no additional costs, there's no max or anything like that. That covers all costs of them traveling here from North Bay and back. It's all so free. So the only difference would be if there was an emergency on a weekend with a dog and they called someone in and there's a stipulation on that, but we've never been charged ever for anything like that over the contract value. And we've been with them now 7 years, 8 years.
Mhm.
Well, I've been in CEO over 5 now, and it was the prior CEO that about 2 years there. So probably a good 7 years with them now.
Just one quick question. When they come in, pay their taxes to the girls, and just automatically say, got your dog tag?
No, but that doesn't mean the person's got a dog either, right?
But you don't know that. I'm just saying, if you say, I'm just saying out of mind, because if somebody comes up to me and I'll go pay my taxes and say, did you get your dog tags? And they're gonna say, oh, no, I didn't. They'll get it. Or they'll say, no, I don't have a dog.
Like, I don't know, I don't, that's not very sure. But I'll tell you, there's some that in like November are calling to see if the tags are in for the next year already. Like there's one that wants number 1,
My husband, my spouse.
001.
I could.
Attack. So I mean, it's, you say, we ask, well, some of them are asking on for the tags, right?
Especially with
Those people.
Yeah,
Right, make a good point. I mean,
Yeah.
as part of.
Well, how you fix that, I think, is you have a bylaw person and you make it a reverse onus.
a what?
Reverse onus. So the reverse onus is on the owner of the pet to make sure that they comply with the bylaw. If they don't, and if they get a ticket, it's on you. It's not up to the staff at the front counter to make sure that they say, do you have your dog? It should be a reverse onus. If I have 2 dogs, it should be up to me to make sure that I'm in compliance with the bylaw.
Even the worst is put a sign on the door coming in. Nice sign says, did you get your dog tags?
yeah, so you bring up a good point, because that's what I was thinking, is that Jan 1 comes, we're in after Christmas, you could put, those plastics that are sideways. You put a sheet in, just right at the desk, have you
Got your dog tags?
or there's a side pane on the front door. And I always thought it's a bit of a wasted space, like why aren't we messaging something there? Because you could buy a plastic, I don't know what you want to call it, but almost like it's a plastic insert that you put on the window. You can put your papers in. And you can have hours of operation or whatever, but it could be a message like something along that line. As people come to open up the door, they see it, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in the old building, we used to put closed for Boxing Day or, and so when someone comes to the building, well, there's no messaging spot there.
Right.
Versus taping it to the window, right? So that might be a way of doing it.
A good discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, $multi-thousand.
Okay, so now we're gonna look at, there'll be some good discussion in this budget on one topic anyway, but we're looking at category 110 to 144. So the first section is elections. So 110 is elections. So we haven't budgeted any money because we're not in an election year. If you look at it, last year we budgeted 16,500 and our elections cost us 13,000. Prior years, we've been closer to 16 to 18,000 dollars in costs for elections. So, I mean, we did pretty good. So not much more to speak to there. The next section is revenues for general government. So my department, if you look at the first line, bank account interest, I predicted about 38,000 dollars in revenue. Last year we did 7 was the budget, but we brought in 38,000 dollars. So what we're seeing is we have a premium savings account. You make certain money on it, but our regular checking account had a higher interest rate than the premium savings account. Don't ask me why. So the money just stayed in the regular account. But instead of getting like 0.3% or the numbers are huge. So when you sit every now and then for a few months with millions in the bank, it adds up pretty darn quick, right? So I'm projecting something like that this year as well. Investment interest of $8,000. That's on any investments we have, GICs. Last year, we put aside $500,000. We made 11,250 in interest. So part of that is the 8,000 in last year. The difference between 11,250 and 8,100 is going to be in this year's budget because I have to accrue for year end. In like put part in one year and part in another. But then when we put aside money this year, once taxes are collected, we'll make a little bit more. So that's why I'm predicting about $8,000. So we go down the list, tax certificate and tax inquiries at 3,800. A little less than what our actuals were for last year, but that number goes with real estate. So when lawyers request tax certificates because there's a sale happening, you get more money. When the market is not the same, you're going to predict a little less in the revenues, right? Tax arrears registration budgeted at $3,000 in revenue. We've currently got 7 or 8 tax account that I've sent for registration for unpaid taxes. Our bylaw stipulates that at the first notice, they get charged an amount plus costs. Costs, we hired Real Tax consultants out of Toronto. They manage all of our registrations. So we keep the $250 kind of like profit, I would say, and all the costs get added to the tax roll. So those costs we don't have to budget for because the taxpayer pays for them.
As a creative background, it makes such a great qualification.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Some of these, though, what happened in council, like during the pandemic, we weren't aggressive on taxes because people weren't working or there was issues. And anyway, we held off. So we've kind of caught up now. I actually had about 12 files and I was able to settle 5 without going to registration. Payment arrangements or being aggressive. This is kind of like the CRS or the CRA is calling you. You gotta be a little bit like that sometimes, right? But we're pretty good with the residents. So anyway, there's about 7 accounts that we have to collect on. The big thing with this is the ministry looks bigger. So if you've got more than 10% of your taxes outstanding after a year end, the ministry looks at it as no longer a low risk, you're a medium risk. 10% is their magic number. We're never there, we're like 6, 7. They've even asked us before, how do you do it? Because there's not a lot that stick below 10, right? Not that lost, but I mean, the paper and figure, I mean, it's public info, something like 25 or something like that, right? So my goal with the whole tax registration this year was to make sure I don't get close to that 10. Also, Infrastructure Ontario, the last couple of times we've bored from, I've said, what's going on with your taxes? You used to be 300 and some thousand at year end. You're 400 and some. Said, yeah. We also have 50 new houses, 29 last year. As you start getting more population, more households, more taxes, well, your numbers go up a little bit, right? So I'm trying to keep that in line because there's not just us that look at it, right?
Yes.
There's funders that do. Keep going down the list. There's not really much more there to speak to. You'll see last year's transfers from reserve for 292. That's because we used reserves last year to balance our budget. So I haven't plugged a figure there this year's because we still have that discussion to be had. Okay, the next section is expenditures for my department, or I say mine, but it's a CAO department, it's treasury, it's clerk, everything that's not another department, basically. No big increases on the payroll side. I had indicated that to Mayor Rockford, like we've got retirement this year. Obviously, our clerk retires and we're not hiring a new person. We've kind of dispersed some duties amongst current staff. What I'm trying to do, in all honesty, was my discussion with the mayor was I'm going to save that payroll position because I'm introducing a fire prevention person. Was kind of my thoughts were once this all settles out to next year, we've got 1 position left, but able to slide that money over to bylaw fire prevention was my thoughts behind it. If not, I got to hire somebody. So what's happening right now is Carrie as a deputy clerk also has finance functions. Only because deputy clerk is not a full-time position. Also, Carrie does lots of catch-all stuff. As moving into the role of a clerk, I don't have anyone for that finance related, but the issue is I've got somebody that can cover some deputy clerk role. It's just an addition to their job. And the finance piece, I'm able to give to somebody else in the office who has an accounting background, who's a receptionist, who can take on more because that's not a job that's at 100% capacity. Like in all, like most places like that, you answer phones, you do front desk, but there is some wait time where you're trying to give them administration stuff. Like, you can't go without receptions. So I was able to backfill some of that onto Jaden. So that's kind of the idea there, just so council is aware of it. That's why there's no big real change on our payroll side.
Haven't said that. That's my next last budget too.
Yep.
I think we're losing bodies.
Right.
She doesn't look, sad at all.
Next official retirement is July 14th. So, and then at that point, that's when, I will come to council for a discussion. The idea is that Kim will be a deputy clerk and fill roles of a deputy clerk. We're able to take that little piece from Carrie and give to Kim, and then take a little piece and give it to Jaden. And I'm able to shuffle things around, save money, right, without adding. I say that, but I've come to council board to say we are very tight staff. Like we've heard this, right? But that's when my head was, I can give a little bit on the administration side to give more on the operation side. I don't want to hire somebody and the person's looking for work here, right? I'd rather say bylaw suffering. I need to plug that hole. And I can't hire full-time because I don't have full-time bylaw work. Can we in prevention, so that's how we, right? Moving down the line. So from 514,000 right down to Omer's pension at 54,919 is all payroll related. If you go through office furniture and equipment, like there's just a few things that now that we're in a new office, we still have to buy a couple items. We always keep some money there for something that might pop up. Uniforms and clothing, a little higher this year, but we've started, and I think I might have mentioned this to council, if not on a weekly report at a meeting, but we've, we want to get new shirts, like we've got our new logo, so there's been discussion of new polo shirts and that. But also we've started a T-shirt campaign for some certain causes, so like autism, pride. We did one a couple years back, and we still do it as the day for National Truth and Reconciliation Day. So things like that, buy the T-shirts, we'll keep them. We just wash them and keep them for next year kind of thing. So April was autism and June's gonna be pride. So, yeah, just a little something from staff basically, and they enjoy it.
I think this is all standing.
Yes, yes. In there as well, like there could be a staff member, like I don't have anyone like, but if they needed like boots for their job or anything like that, then it would be in there, but Paul has his own, like everyone's got their own allowance in their budget for that. We turn to the next page. I'll only pick out some of the bigger numbers that have changed from last year. So when we look at IT services is always a big number, $21,000, but I dropped the budget by 3,000. If you looked in the last couple of years, we've not spent that, so I need to shave everywhere I can. I'll pat myself on the back. I believe my department's the only one that has a decrease this year and a bit of planning. So computer software, 20,000, bigger number than last year. But if you look at the actuals, they're about 18. Tell you why. So in there, we've got our accounting taxation software. I mean, it runs us quite a bit a year, but you've got all of the agenda software. So all the eScribe software is in there as well. We've now gone and doubled up and we've got all of planning committee on tablets now and eScribe. So there's a cost to that license and all of that, right? So that's all in there, any software. The GIS software is under Greg. Everybody uses it though, but that's strictly general government software. Computer hardware, we've already had to buy one computer and we've got another one purchased to make. So that's why the 6. We keep an inventory just for council's information of who got a computer and when and what year. They tend to last about the 5-year mark and you buy another one. We were cheap though. So what we do is we then take that one and have it cleaned and we use it at the front desk, just say, because it doesn't need a very good computer. I mean, it's taking payments, right? And we shuffle them around. Then we'll say, okay, this laptop is still a good, like the one I have is a pretty good laptop. When it gets recycled, fire department might need it for training. Public Works might need it. So we do that. But anyway, we keep an inventory and the couple that get done every year, we got 10 staff, just say. And if they last 5 years, you're kind of got to keep up, right? So we do a couple a year usually. If we can get away with doing one, that's great. Website hosting and upgrade. I put a little bit more money in there this year. We always tend to do a little bit of changes every year, but this year we're going to finally implement the customer portal for taxation. So we had got funding in the past to develop, you can see it if you go to LaSalle Township. If you want to pay your taxes, there's a portal that connects to our software where you can get your own tax bills, statements, see where you're at. So we had got funding through Blue Sky Net for that. This is the piece that puts it on our website. So I know there's going to be a little bit of money there, but it shouldn't be much because it's kind of embedded like our eScribe software is on our website. It comes from the manufacturer and it's there, but I know there'll be a little bit of cost. So we're going to finally get that up and going this year.
That's good.
Yeah. Going down the list, telephone and internet, $8,800 versus $5,500 last year. We don't get free internet here. The old office, we had free internet because we have a deal with Net Spectrum. There's a tower on the old site. So there we had free internet. Right now, the fire department gets free internet because it's still that building. But when we moved here, the internet ran us about $250 a month. So when you do the math on that, you're close to $3,000 right there. So that's the basic math, right? So we've got good internet speeds. We've got 50/20 here is what we're running. And we usually get at least 45/20. So really good through Net Spectrum. But that was something that had to be added here. Going down the list, I shaved $2,000 off the village welcome signs. We did quite a bit of work last year. That could be anything from solar panels. Last year, what we did is we actually bought the new logos. They've not been installed yet. So the old, the village welcome signs have the old leaf fish. We've got the loons. They're stored away. We just didn't get them up and by fall last year. So now we can go ahead this year and take the old logo off and put the new one. So that's what you're seeing the cost there. What I've done This year's, I put $2,000 because I could tell you the sun not working. Like I come in early in the morning, it's dark out there not. And I know that if you didn't get sun the next day and it didn't charge, all, but long story short, they're powered by marine batteries and marine batteries are not cheap. And if we've got to buy batteries, that's the cost of keeping the signs going. So Antoine likes to have a panel or two, solar panels sitting, waiting, because if that's an issue, you don't have to worry about a supplier not being able to provide it, right? So. Municipal calendar cost, $4,000. I shaved $1,000 off of last year's budget, but the cost was actually $6,000 to do calendars last year. It's the price of doing business, but what we're gonna do now is design the entire calendar internally, doing it. So all we're doing is printing costs. So, you know, sometimes you have to make changes. The staff can do it internally, then it's like, you know, I don't like that the costs are going up for everything. Well, sometimes you have to mitigate some of that, right? So Kim bought, I think, a template for $200-300 online. That's a calendar template to do all the design. She's been working on it. You might as well start early and get it ready for next year. And then she's already worked with a company out of North Bay to say, what size exactly does my template need to be for you to produce a calendar, right? Then what we're going to do is go out and get like 2 or 3 prices. There's not a lot of printers that are doing this, and say, what's your price to print X amount of copies? So we want to save money wherever we can, right? Kim does really good work like that. She's really creative. And I found, like, honestly, the calendar in the last few years, some of the information is just stale. It's the same stuff every year, the same in terms of graphics. So I'll give you an example. You have a little map that says garbage above this line is on this day. It's old now. But the problem is the company that you're hiring to do the work, it's more of a production, like printing thing. They're not getting into the design as much. Where Kim's great at that. So that's the decision we've made. Audit 25,000. It's the same budget as last year. The cost hasn't changed in the last few years. What they do, the auditors, is the cost stays the same for just say, 4 or 5 years. And then they come to you and say, I got to increase it 5%. So I've left it there knowing that it'll probably be a hit this year. Legal fees, $10,000 for general matters. We ran about 18,000 last year. Quite a bit in there, as well as our issue that we were having with Castle Home and having to get a lawyer to review IO agreements. And that there's a big cost in there because we don't normally run that high for legals on general matters. HR matters, 7,500 is the same budget as last year. You can see the last 2 years we've ran about that much. I cut the $2,000 out for real estate matters we haven't used in the last few years. And if anything, something comes up, I'll be putting it under general matters. What I did is I kind of combined real estate and general matters together, and that line will disappear eventually. Consulting general matters, I put 5,000. I'll be honest, there's nothing scheduled right now. But if something pops up, there's something there. I'll tell you why. Like, there's been $20,000 sitting in the budget for consulting. We used it 1 year. It must have been some project council approved, but I don't want 20,000 just sitting there for too long in a year like this year where we need to shave. So that's what I did. HR matters, 25,000 for a pay equity compensation review. It's slightly under that. I think it's about 300 less than that, but that's the figure. Consulting financial matters, I put $10,000 in there. We did use about 15 last year. So that could be a couple things, but if we have, we hire a grant writer to do our funding applications. There's a cost to doing that, right?
Yeah.
If we could do the grant ourselves, we do. So I'll give you an example, like the one for the library for 79,000, we did it in-house. There's no cost to it. Because, but when you get into the larger ones, you need a lot of help. They take hours and hours and hours to do. In all honesty, for a $15,000 cost, and we brought in millions of dollars in money, it's kind of like a no-brainer to spend, right? Because we're halfway through the year and I've not spent anything yet. So I was thinking 10 is suffice for the year, but we just talked, we talked about getting a library project shovel ready and a fire hall shovel ready. And Mayor Rochford said yesterday, there was another one. She said we could start now on it.
Yeah.
Drew Road. So I'm thinking, like, if there's something there, like, it's nice to have money to be able to move on grants when they come available, right? So, yeah. Going down the list, asset management plan, I put $10,000 in there. Antoine and I are working on that. The thought with this is, for an asset management plan, you need current data. Our building condition analysis right now, they're from 2014, they're 10 years old. So the thought is we probably should update some, but we don't need to update them all. The old public works garage is gone. don't have to update it. Coral Park Hall doesn't have to be done. The seniors just paid for building condition analysis. We'll be able to use the data for asset management. We will not do one on the old Corbeil office, the fire hall, because eventually that's gonna be gone. I don't want to spend like on a building like that, $3,000 to $4,000 for 5 years from now into a fire hall. Like, we know we're not putting money into it. So long story short, I don't think I have to spend a lot, but I need something to update some data for that piece. Insurance is insurance. We do have, what we're seeing is a lot on the liability side. So I know the number looks high, but when you look at it, if it doesn't fit in another department, it lands in my department. Because where else do you put it, right? So a lot of the liability, like anything to do with slip and falls and all, it's all under this department, right? Going down the list. Debenture loan interest is sitting at 0 because it's on my summary and we do that every year. We'll see what that is. And that's about it. So I know $1,005,000 versus 2 million last year. If you take out the bottom two numbers, 25,000, which was a transfer to reserve in 2022, and 894,000, that's just accounting I have to do. You shave the million off or whatever, the numbers are down, so.
So 2020?
So if we flip the page, this is training, so conferences, I've got conferences, courses, seminars, I've put in 18,000, it's 5,000 over last year's budget, but we have this year, it's not that staff are going to anything more, but we have a respect in the workplace training coming, our lawyer is going to be doing the training. I put that in a weekly report, right, to council. So instead of divvying out a little bit to every department based on how many employees they have, I put the cost in here for me. So that's going to be all staff, 22 members, plus councils invited, plus the fire department. And the lawyers agreed to do 2 sessions. So anybody who can't go during the day, they can go in the evening. Mainly it was for the fire department because they train at 7 o'clock at night. So the lawyer's gonna have the session at 7 at night to accommodate that. So it's not an annual thing. The last time we did this with the prior CAO was here. So this might be in every, 6-7 year thing, but time has come to do the training. So I plugged it all into my department. The next section is this is the town hall. I know the costs are up over last year, but I mean, if you're not looking at the same building, it's apples to oranges here. So if we look, propane is based on kind of an estimate. What we're doing right now is we're splitting the propane, like we share propane tanks with the building next to us, right? So what we're doing now is we're kind of divvying it up based on a square footage amount. I got to watch because I'm audited for the OPP building. Right, so any costs that are incurred that I put to the building next door, I get audited on, I get questioned as well at the provincial level. So what we've done is said, well, divvy it up by square footage and go about it that way. So all I've looked at is that it's an estimate, right? We've only been in here since January, so it's really tough for this building to estimate things. Building maintenance, I know you'll say, well, what are you fixing? It's brand new. Well, no, but there's mat rentals that are at the front door and throughout the building. You end up with other things like you change light bulbs, if you that kind of thing, it's like a running mate, right? Janitorial, that's based on our tender that had went out and the new costs. This is a much larger building than the old one as well. Yard snow plowing. This is the only building in the medical facility where we've contracted out the yard plowing because medical center, you can't have it being done at 10 a.m. You've got seniors going there, you've got a pharmacy in operation. There are tenants. You've got to have the place, maintained basically. So when that came up in the winter, right before winter, Antoine says, I think we do that for this building because I don't have the capacity to be there first thing in the morning and again at noon and again to keep it up. So that building's that. This building, we continue to have a contractor doing it because the OPP were paying for the service through the release. So instead of having our guys, this is the issue. If our guys do it, how do I justify the cost of equipment and staff and that to the OPP and go through an audit and go through the province? They want to see invoices. So we did, yes. So we said, there's only so much capacity with staff, so this building will keep it like that. So that's why there's a bit of cost for that. Now, the only other way of doing it is to, like, you can't tell the contractor only do half the yard with the OPP park and we'll do another half. So there could be a conversation around that. But anyway, that's how we kept it. Things were going so quick with the municipal building that we didn't want to get to the point where we didn't have plowing done on that. So
That's gonna be re-tendered again this year.
what's that?
All that will be tendered.
I'll be honest with you, for the last winter, we didn't tender it. We went to the last contractor because we were under the gun to get things done. So I'll be honest, but we've used him before, right, through the tender process, but could be a good conversation to have to say, if council's okay with it, we keep the medical building in this one with the contractor and we tender it out. All the other, like the churchyards, the Coral Park Hall, like every other place is being done by our staff. And that was a discussion we had yesterday was, if you take on something like a seniors villa and it can't get done till 10 o'clock, are they happy? Are you providing a good service? So there is only so much capacity. Like if you got 5 guys and 3 of them are on tandems going out doing roads and one of them's a patrol guy and one's off or something like,
Those weekends, right?
that's what it is, unless there's weekends. So anyway, it's not a bad topic to discuss even at Public Works Committee level. To say, what do we want to do for the winter coming up versus having the discussion in October? It's a little too late at that time. So yes, we scrambled for this one and we had a contractor do 2 facilities. There was no complaints in the medical center except I got 1 call once. We needed more sand on the front steps. The difference with that is that as well. So the staff did multiple times to shovel just the brick walkway and put some sand out and all that as well. So we're having a bit of a juggle right now between what Public Works is going to do, just say at a medical center, and what our Parks and Rec staff do and what the contractor. But the summer is the time to look at that and gear up for winter. So. Morning, Councilor Kelly. Same hydro is just basically an estimate, bigger building, obviously. And insurance premiums, I know I got an invoice for $7,500 from January 1 to July. So multiply it by 2 basically is what I've done. Brand new building, you've got contents and that is valuable $5 million. Insurance, right? Moving down, the next section is the OPP lease. Revenues of about $170,000. First line base rent, $80,000 is what I call kind of profit. It's rent we get no matter what. The operating of about $75,000, that's to cover their expenses. So that's not in our pocket, right? The only amount we get is 12% of their actual expenses as a management fee. But you don't get management fee on anything that's electrical, mechanical, like there's so many stipulations, but anyway. And then property taxes of $16,000. In the lease, it's stipulated they would pay commercial taxes. So we're tax exempt, but because this is a commercial venture, they pay tax and we make 16. So a total of about 170,000. Higher this year than last year only because costs are up. Another thing we got to watch as well is if costs are too high, we eat some of the cost of operating that facility next door, which comes from that base rent, because the lease stipulates costs can only increase by CPI, 5%, or if they're less than the prior year, that's the max, right? So you pick one of the numbers. And so if costs are up 10% and you can only go up to 5, you eat 5% now. That comes off your profit. That's just how it's stipulated in the lease, right? So the difference is it's not cumulative. So now last year's costs were about 73,000. So this year you got about 73,000 plus a max of about 5% that you can get back. So you hope their costs stay below that figure. That's just the math, right? Next section is their expenses, about $85,000. So you've got, this is all like beyond our control, basically, most of these numbers, right? So $25,000 for propane, they ran 24 last year. Audit, there's a $2,300 cost. So I bumped it up a bit this year, thinking this might be a year of the auditor's increase. If you look at the prior years, it's not gone up, right? Equipment maintenance, we always keep a little bit in there. Something to watch with that facility as well is that if it's more capital in nature, it's on us to pay for it. It's not them. Like they cover running maintenance, but I'll give you an example. A window broke, that's ours. They don't pay for replacing windows and doors and a roof. So the idea with the base rent, I call it the gravy, but it's really something that probably should be put aside for a day where the roof needs to be done, or all the windows need to be done, or all the door, like the capital items. Building maintenance, 10,000. With the new guy that's running next door, they seem to be cleaning things up. They're painting, I don't want to say it's been neglected, but it's an old building. Things come up quite a few times where something's got to be done there, and he's come forward with a list of things that they do. Janitorial services, that's based on the new contract. Yard plowing, we've gone through the same discussion as the municipal office, that's contracted out. And then you've got hydro and insurance. So 85,000. Last year's cost was 66 and we budgeted 50. You just see the increases that we're faced with, right? St. Teresa cleanup is the next line. That's cost recovery. So a few years back, we were reimbursed from the school board. So that's why there's revenue. There's obviously nothing predicted for this year. Moving to the back page, there's we've got a budget of about $70,000 this year that we're still budgeting for the soil contamination issue. I'd like it to be zero, but if you look at prior years, I mean, we know the costs. We put millions of dollars into this project, the cleanup, right? But if you look at it in 2022, we still have actuals of about $63,000. That's the agreement we have with the school where we're covering 20% of the cost of their consultant. As well, we still have a bit of night peaceful because there are eyes and ears to make sure things are going. I'm not an environmentalist, neither is Antoine, right? So we've got them double checking to make sure, you know, like they're our representative, basically. The difference this year is we got a slab under this building and there's a vapor dispersion system underneath this building. And the deal with the Ministry of the Environment when we were building here was to monitor, just say for like a year or two, to see if there's any vapors. So Night Peaceful is involved with that, right? So there's a cost to that because they do testing. That's that. The next section is medical center, and this is a conversation I want to have with council. So we've got a lease almost done for Boston Family Health Team, but we have revenue coming in from them. About $12,000 a year is what they've got from their budget to put into a lease. We've got a lease with the pharmacy running $20-some thousand a year. We've not entered into leases yet with doctors. It's a little bit of a different scenario than for Boston Family Health Team. But the discussion I had with the doctors when they moved in last April was, let's see how the year runs and then get into leases. They had no clue what their costs were going to be going in, and we have no clue what the costs were going to be on a facility, right? So we're at the point now that we've got a year of it. So we need to enter in with them. And I'm not going to name names, but there's a third doctor right now. If what's happening happens, there's a third doctor coming in October at the clinic. I've had meetings with them because there was some ideas about renovating a brand new building to accommodate this. My conversation with them is we're doing the absolute minimum possible to accommodate a third doctor. So what we've got now information is there was 2 rooms in the back, I call it back of house, that were Boston Family Health Team, allied services, basically. Gonna move them up to the front vacant area, which has 4 rooms. They would take 2 rooms to make room for a brand new doctor to come in October, which would have an office and an extra exam room, meaning 3 doctors' offices, 5 exam rooms was the idea. But the doctors have an idea on a 4th doctor. My conversation with them is get 1 extra one in and see how it goes and take on the patients that are on the wait list. You bring in 2 brand new doctors right now and you don't have enough East Ferris patients on that list. What happens? You're bringing in patients from other communities. Not that it's strictly be East Ferris, but we're paying a good buck for a building, right? So, and they all understand that as well. So the thoughts right now is Boston moves up to the front. And if we're collecting leases off 3 doctors, we got to come to that figure that's comparable to what Boston charges a doctor. So that's that piece. Also, right now, just to let council know, Life Labs has started in the medical center.
Oh, that's wonderful.
They started about 2 weeks ago. I believe it's a day a week. Bit of a challenge there is parking is parking. There is only so many spots, 20 some of them. That's it. Life Labs on the day how it works. 8 a.m. they start taking patients and you don't have an appointment. You're in line. If we need to operate like that over here, 20 parking spots are going to be gone and there'll be no room for anybody else. So the talk I've had with the doctors is Life Labs is great. You almost have to have it by appointment only for only our clinic patients. There's got to be some limitation on it, right? So there's still
That's
some.
how they do it in Boston. It's on
Yeah.
an appointment basis.
Yeah, because what happens then you don't have 20 people waiting there at 8 to be the first person to get the blood work so they can go about their day.
But don't they have Fridays that they're closed there, the doctor?
They close at noon.
So would that not be a good day to have a life lapses on Fridays? Because then on the argument party.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Life Labs though goes from Powassan to North Bay to, so I don't know what their schedule is, right? It's a great idea. Whether they can or not, I don't know, right?
You tell that's the option they got.
Yeah, we're not done conversations yet because that's a really good news story, but there's a lot moving. There's a lot happening. You could put enough time into dealing with it, right? But it's really, really good. You know, like the doctor coming in October, if it's the exact doctor who's planned right now is coming to patients. That leaves room for anywhere from 750 to 1,000 people to have a doctor. Okay, so I gotta go. Yeah, okay. Also,
I could say just
yeah,
in quick, Jay is, Tuesday I went, had an appointment, at Dr. Segas. There was 3 other people in line. I had to take my blood work also, and it was super quick, super easy. And there was people behind me, and it was a nice flow.
good.
Just to kind of give you a little bit of a heads up, still got the bruise. But it was great. Just, I think it may be one of those things that, you know what I mean, they're gonna have to monitor. But right now, the person I was doing the life labs, they had us in and out relatively quick.
I just want to pause, and it is not an appointment. I just thought, well, why did I think that? It is slow and it works well.
Yeah.
My impressions, it's so similar to.
We're at that stage right now, of like, let's monitor, see how it goes. Yeah, that's perfect right now. Another thing, though, on the dollar side, of the budget right now, Life Labs doesn't pay to provide the service. They're not gonna pay rent. But they're providing a service to a community where you want to provide to.
It's a convenience
That's
for a lot of
so
people.
when we start talking about balancing the medical center budget, just say. There's some, we're subsidizing. We'll get to that, but another item, and I don't believe it has started yet, but it may have. Alzheimer's Society of Canada, I believe is who it is. Also have a session or are going to, where they can do consultation with people that have Alzheimer's and their family. Versus saying, you gotta go to North Bay and get this done. So we're trying to basically have Powassan in 2 rooms.
Yeah.
And the other 2 rooms, fill it with other services you don't have to go to another community for. But it'd be very nice to be able to rent a room or 2 and make market money. So a bit of the talk was, can we move some of that into the kitchenette of the vacant unit? Because it's a kitchenette not being used. You could almost take an L-shaped wall. I don't think it's a high cost to put a door. And say the freebies, I don't want to call it that here, but that's your section. The other 2 rooms that are vacant, we're gonna get market rent because we need to bring in more revenue, I'll tell you right now. If not, we're subsidizing more. If council's okay with that, so be it. The whole thing's a good news story and everybody's happy and I've not heard nothing bad. The staff are happy, the pharmacy's happy. Pharmacy's gonna be happy with another doctor or 2 because that means more business for them. It can sustain a pharmacy. We don't want to lose a pharmacy. So, but there's a lot moving over there and there'll be more discussion if you have with council, but the long of it is, I'm gonna get into leases with them. But we don't know to what extent they're able to cover costs, like, you know, Dr. Segi had a home practice, his costs were I would say minimal, because yes, he had insurance. But when your practice is in your home, it's a little different than moving into a big center instead. How do you say, all the costs are on you? Well, the insurance is a lot more than probably he was covering there, and you know, hydro and everything. So we're gonna have to come down, and I don't have a figure,
You
but
don't, okay.
what are we gonna subsidize? Because we know the mortgage is ours, it's our building. But how much is council, like, if the direction from council is make this net zero where the revenues coming in cover the costs we're doing and we don't make a profit. But it could be that we're still subsidizing a little bit. So I got a lease like Powassan, the municipality of Powassan has a lease with the landlord for the Powassan Family Health Team. They cover costs like, I know we're getting into medical stuff there, but hazardous materials, you know, needles and all that. We'll cover that. We'll cover this. We'll cover that. So Powassan municipality subsidizes that operation. They don't own the building. So if we picture that and we didn't own the building and we subsidize that, we wouldn't be making the revenues. Powassan Family Health Team and landlord and all, you know. So we got to think about it a little differently because we own the building.
When you could bring that, like, I mean, it is
I wanna wrap-
discuss with
Yes.
complete information.
So what I want to do is bring leases, I would say I need at least a month
Okay.
to come forward with leases. It's because it's a little more challenging. A lease in Powassan, the Powassan Family Health Team signed the entire lease for everything to do with the building. Then they did a little, the town did leases with the doctors for that. It's a little different here because the entire building, I'm not getting into a lease with the Powassan Family Health Team. I'm doing 2 rooms. How do I enter into leases now with doctors who are not a corporation? They form a corporation in Powassan.
Yes.
I have to individually get into leases with them unless they all incorporated together. The issue becomes if a doctor ever left, they've now got to change their corporation structure, right? If I enter into a lease and I have them all signed it, every time I have a new doctor come on board, I need to do an amendment of some sort, or it's legally getting the documents to cover everything like that.
Yeah.
And then looking at costs. So I'll give you an example. If we said, okay, the doctors, you have to cover all the costs, and it comes down to 1 doctor left, they're never gonna make it, covering the cost of 3 doctors, right? So that's why I say we got to really look at, I know a year's worth of costs, but how do we, figure that out?
I got an idea, but I'll leave it to a
Yeah.
date.
What I want to do is I want to have I want to sit down now with the doctors now that April made a year. I want to say, this is what the costs have been, right? They cover all their day-to-day stuff, like materials, supplies and all that. That's not on us, right? But there's been like utilities and things like that. So I want to sit down with them and say, this is what it is. We need to negotiate our lease now, so. But
Well,
But the
together
thi-
they need to have the discussion. I mean,
Yeah.
we've known this is coming and we need to have it, except that we need to have a more complete information and a more structured in a certain way.
Yes.
Yeah.
what I budgeted for
It's
this
a
year.
lot. It's been a lot. It's been.
You know, it
Find
was-
our way through it.
I'll be honest with council, it's no big deal, but I always thought it was gonna be one of those projects that when it was done, I was kind of like,
Yeah.
we're done. It's nothing I've been able to hand off to anybody. I mean, it's not 5 hours a week or anything like that. But you get phone calls or they want to meet with you again. Oh, we want to make a change. Oh, we want to bring you more services. Well, I'm like their go-to person, right? And I somewhat enjoy it. I got a good relationship with them, right? But my mind still has to be, the taxpayers pay for it.
Right.
Right? Taxpayers pay for this. You can only subsidize it so much. And if we can get market rents, that's what we have to do.
And how I look at it, it's a huge success story. We always said, hey, Terry, build it. They're gonna come. That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
It's a success story for the municipality. Yeah, there's gonna be some growing pains, I guess, if you want to say, for a little bit, but maybe hopefully that your work is going to pave the way where it's gonna be very minimum afterwards.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, after that, well, they'll bust at the seams and you can't put anything else. It's a hundred changes like that.
So true. Yeah.
Our staff want to check the water softener over there and add salt and all that. So there's a bit of maintenance piece to it. They cut all the grass. They have to sweep the sand in this. I'm like, we're doing that kind of stuff because with the pharmacy lease, they're not responsible for any costs outside of the building in terms of snowplow. Like there was that kind of piece because it was inclusive of the rent, which was market rent.
For the municipality's the landlord.
Yes.
That's simple.
So we're still gonna have stuff to do on and go for it. It just won't be me. I'm not worrying about going there to. But once it's full and we got the leases in place and all the services are being provided after that. It is what it is, right? So,
I agree with Steve. It's nothing but a success story. Everybody is delighted. And the convenience, especially for, I don't care what age group you are, nobody wants to drive to North Bay if they don't have to.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
yeah,
And as far as your involvement, and it's appreciated, don't get me wrong. But once your lease and everything's in place, it's a matter of maintaining the building and the grounds.
yep, that's all it is after that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is, this is a learning curve for the doctors and the participants in the building, as well as yourself.
What's happening now, there's lots of conversation because vacant unit number 3 is not part of the clinic. But now they're like bleeding out into it. So that's where the conversations have been is. Because I tell them as well, like I have counsel to answer to. So I'm going to a certain limit and then after that, the answer is no until I've had a proper discussion, right? But in the end, we always known it was going to be a medical well-being facility. We don't want to really be leasing out units to real estate agents or whatever. That's a medical building, right? So anyway, there's lots of good conversation, but once it's full and the service is being provided, it'll be great.
It's filling up fast.
Yes.
Go back.
It's actually,
Originally, we wanted 2 stories.
Yeah. Yeah,
That was,
you know, it's pretty exciting because we had one doctor that's coming to that building and nothing else.
yeah,
Think about it. And the full pharmacy's now been in business. August will make a year. They're not quite a year yet. But adding 2 doctors and adding all the allied services, and there's a 4th doctor, what they're looking at for the 4th is likely like an intern, like an,
Mhm.
I think they have the plan for retirement as well.
well, they got a plan because for when we built, Dr. Seguin said he's got 5 to 10 years, right? So, I mean, if it's 5, he got planning to do fairly quick and be ready for it. If it's 10, it's different there, right?
Yep.
So, but I believe the intern that they were looking at, like, has been doing locums with them and that. Like, there's been loss. I don't say newsletter from them because I'm like, that goes on over there. You're going one day or something. This person's on vacation, this person's in, and like it's,
and the pharmacy, I hear nothing but great things about the pharmacy.
yeah,
I mean, just the care, I mean, I know, my personal family, we get a phone call 3 days later, is everything okay? How's the medication working out? I mean, who does follow-ups anymore from the pharmacy?
Oh.
Yeah.
This pharmacy does.
Oh, this
It's
is
phenomenal what they do,
incredible.
Yeah.
Yes.
really.
Oh, he, absolutely. There's other things that he does and it's like, it's
Love and beyond.
exactly,
Yep.
exactly. And it's awesome.
Oh, and you know, Jason, you've done a heck of a job organizing the whole thing right now, and now it's just a matter of getting the i's dotted and the t's crossed.
yeah. So
Right.
it's good though. Like even the pharmacist, I was having a conversation with him last week. He wants billboards like highway. Direct, like, you're driving in from Bonnfield to say, hey, there's a pharmacy here. And, he spoke about Link Noswansing Road. I said, well, that's a little different. It's not a provincial highway. That's a municipal road, right? We've got a sign bylaw, so they want to do more marketing. So
Yeah.
you're always in constant contact.
Nope.
That's good. Thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should not go right over the administration that's required, has been required. I think
Oh, exactly.
it says that, definitely, but we do need to we do need to see the complete financial picture,
Yes.
which we've not seen yet. So we look forward to that discussion, and I mean, I think there's a few ideas.
Yeah.
Things,
Absolutely, Mayor.
so I think we'll be great.
No, for sure. Yeah. I would say, the more and more I see janitorial costs across the board,
Yeah.
it almost makes sense to hire a full-time janitor for the municipality. Well, we talked back in the day, John Fury, the prior CEO, the amount of money we spent on legal. I said, I don't know why we don't have a lawyer. We spent over $100,000 a year. Maybe we could have our own. Well, now you start looking at janitorial across the board and the janitors are covering their cleaning. They got the cleaning and paper towels and stuff like there's only, but when you start looking at figures across like medical center and all, you almost feel like, can we hire a full-time janitor
Mhm.
and they do all the cleaning for the facilities and everything? So that's serious that for next year's budget, it's probably something we're gonna look at.
Mhm.
You have to really know though, what's the cleaning cost versus the labor cost and what you're gonna have to pay somebody per hour. I have to watch because that's technically a unionized, if you look at a collective.
It's an employee. It's an employee.
Well, yes,
That's simple.
yeah. I can't get away with, if they're a supervisor, manager, yada, 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 they are not unionized, but anything below supervisor and that, they're supposed to be unionized. So,
It's a contract with one individual or one company.
correct, but that's kind of what we do now.
You're paying extra.
But the medical center has a different cleaner.
Yeah, so basically, if I look at the cost, that isn't bigger for how many months? The janitorial services?
That would have been April on.
And so.
So here's the thing, Mayor.
Medical services, you require specialized janitorial
They gotta
services.
clean every day that it's open.
Okay.
So Monday to Friday, 5 days a week.
I see.
And when you add up the number of rooms, like the medical, there's 4 exam rooms right away.
Mhm.
You got like a waiting room, you got all the reception area, you got kitchen, like. The building's 500 square feet, just saying, but you gotta take out the pharmacy and that, but the person spends probably 5 hours a night there.
Yeah.
So a little different than ours.
So they're decontaminating.
Yeah. Because of infection control, they got rules, right? So I could tell you, there's more spent on cleaning at the medical center than any other facility we have in terms of hours, manpower. It's the highest place, right?
Yeah.
But you start looking at figures and if in the future, we're subsidizing some of that or in any way, that's where the conversation has to be, like, what's the best way to go about this, right? Like,
It's gonna take some thought, that's for sure.
yeah, so. That facility you can only be cleaned here after hours. So on Mondays and Tuesday nights, or when it's open till 8 o'clock. And you have to find a cleaner that wants to work from 8 o'clock till 1 in the morning, or whatever it be. That means if you ever brought that on yourself, you have a staff member now that has to work those hours. You're not cleaning while people are there, right? So it's only really 2 other days of the week where they close at 5 or 6, and then Fridays are noon, where there's some leeway. Right?
Does it require specialized knowledge or skills or?
No, it's more, I think, the products that they use to clean.
It's the time, just a little aside. A number of years ago, we had a bad head-on collision. Long story short, the chief and I, fire chief and I, had to go to North Bay and decontaminate our first response vehicle. We were there for 2 or 3 hours, and that's one deal. Because everything has to be taken out, it has to be wiped down, and dried, and put back in.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like much, but you got a lot of different compartments and everything, because it's a lot of the viruses and so forth are airborne.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. So what they're going through daily, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
They can't make a mistake.
That's right. You got 4 rooms that are used by, well, you got 8 rooms between exam rooms, doctor's offices, Boston, have to be clean. You got about 10 sinks. You got 3 washrooms. You have a waiting room. Like, think of all this, but and one person, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
the cost is what the cost. That also includes what the cost of all the cleaning products.
Sounds like we're talking ourselves into a special meeting for.
I think so. Absolutely right, Steve.
I'll give you an example as well, the medical center, like that price was inclusive of all cleaning products as well as toilet paper, as well as paper towels, soap for the dispensers. It was all inclusive. Because you're gonna have doctors ordering soaps, toilet paper and all, they needed that, right?
Yep.
So when would you say we're ready for, you said in about a month?
I would say, like, I just gotta get rid of budget and tax bills, that kind of out of the way. And there was one other item anyway, so I'm thinking within a month to 2 months, we'll have the discussion. and
Okay,
Sure, hammer it out what we want to do.
Good idea.
I don't really want to take it too far to summer because vacation happens, and I'll tell you, try to get 2 doctors together at once to have a meeting is impossible. We meet evenings sometimes and that just, but we almost have to sit down, just me and them, and say, this is what it is, and negotiate something to determine a lease. Boston's easy. Boston's only got so much money. There are 2 rooms, but they don't use the rooms every day. So there was a talk there, can we bring other services in the days they're not using it to bring in more rents as well, to maximize a Monday to Friday operation, right?
is there a need for support from council to bring the parties together?
No.
No, we're okay.
No, I think once we get to the point where we'll have to look at it after what's like, when we're done negotiations, just say, is it worth it for the taxpayer to subsidize X amount or maybe?
All right. Okay.
Good.
Thank you, Jason, for that.
No problem.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's that. The last line for $78,540 is impact services. So it actually went up over last year. That's an actual thing, because you know what their budget is. So a total of $1,056,000. Okay, where are we at now on the schedule?
Oh, no, we can skip that because we should go straight through to lunch. Can we keep on going?
We can take 5 if you want. I'll tell you why.
Okay,
The next discussion leading up to lunch is the summary. And it doesn't take all that long to go through it. So we're
Okay,
actually
5.
paid to,
5?
yeah,
Okay.
we're still live on.
We're still live.
So remember,
Okay.
I know Councilor Champagne was gonna be gone till I believe a little after noon.
Good.
Oh. You have one song.
I would say so.
So I signed it. Oh, my God. There's two licenses. Okay. Curious, or so what time does pizza come? I think it's 11:30. We had it, so we were done lunch by noon.
Anyway, that was a very good overview of the issue that everything is.
It's good though, and I think it's one of those. Residents who are subsidizing beyond. Okay, look at the services. You could house that in town,
Yes.
you know, so.
Pretty impressive. Yeah.
I don't.
Mhm. Yeah, no.
Yeah. It's not a fighter.
What is it?
It's stifled. Yeah. So. I really like that project, though. I think it's good for the community, like. Even if you think about it, if you had 3 doctors and they can all take 1,000 patients, 3,000 of 5,000 population. And if you had a 4th. I mean, you almost don't have too many residents have to go elsewhere for it. That was all these various patients, right? Like, we're never gonna go beyond 4, we're definitely kicking probably once another, which then you lose services.
It's not, it is, we've talked about the land, Jason.
Yeah,
One step at a time. It's,
yeah. I wish we had like $1 million to buy land. Cause you can then and say, take your leave it kind of thing. There's probably a good 3-4 pieces that we would do really well with. But you start looking at budgets, this year is almost like a deal with the year and move on to next year. See how things go.
it's. It's starting to fall.
The only thing I would like is if that was to happen, I would the commitment from council that I have to replace for January. I don't have to wait till budget.
Yes.
If you think about that, so it could be a year away. And I know it's not because next year we'll have budget on like February, but I don't.
You can start, you could start
Well,
in September to do the job. The job.
Yeah, you know, kind of.
Already we're on that schedule.
Well, we, like, when I was came to do a job description, we would have vetted it, like me, Greg and Paul, and you compared to other municipalities and that. So we could have had something by the end of the month, like, problem is you can put an ad out. It applies. You can't find a person. Well, it was we brought up this, you know. Oh. So in this play, this is money.
Nice.
Brought him up to be the model, unfortunately. Not taking into consideration everything. But he's. Calendar.
You
Calendar.
mentioned it. And I thought,
1%. I'll be honest with you, like. Live, I know that right now, and I'll say it publicly, but we're gonna have to look at that 16% and say, what are we doing? I don't have a magic. Oh, I mean, you can slice it a few ways. You can say, Jason, find 2% internally, and I have to go back to managers and say, too bad.
I have that one on my.
I did that one year. I remember, I think Bill was the mayor then or whatever and said, like, we need to at least shave 1%. So let's pass it with 1% less.
Yeah.
And you go back to managers and you find that 1%. And that's what I did. I was marching orders, but you know, when it's 16, it's a little hard to say, go back and find 6%.
Right. So
You'll,
just so I see that, like,
Yeah.
the 16% is 96.
I'll pass this. Can you put one over? And that's for Steve. And
That's that.
that's what we're Terry. Terry, so there.
One more here.
Oh,
Okay.
I got mine. Yeah.
You got it.
Okay, so I know we're live and it's okay. I mean, there's nothing that we're not gonna say publicly and we got some council still coming. Yes, but if,
Answering your question.
yeah, so,
Because I'm sitting there calculating all the percentages. It's a kind of like.
so what happens is when you talk 16%, it's not tax rates or anything. It's a levy increase over last year. So last year, if you go to the last page, Deputy Mayor. Okay. And you look at 2022, well, right to the bottom, second line from the bottom says 6,044,188.
Right.
It's 16% of that.
Oh, okay.
It's not 16% of our entire budget. Because what that is we're adding 60% of the tax levy that's gonna go on a tax bill that goes to a resident's house. Because we have internal revenues as well.
Right.
So you almost have to net, what we're doing is we're taking all of our expenses, netting our internal revenues and user fees and everything.
Right.
And then saying, oh, we don't have to cover all our expenses. So that's the tax bills. So if you look at the second section of 2023, on the opposite side, 7,011,326 is the plug. So the difference, $967,000. I heard it was $960.
Right, so we're ready to resume.
Right. That's kind of.
The city is just giving us a little training in advance.
We all need training.
Doing all these percentages last.
Okay,
So.
okay, so we're back. This is a summary of everything you've already heard, basically. The blue column is 2022, the red is 2023, so we always compare one year versus the next. Let's look at the first section, mayor and council. So you had 165,000 expenses last year, you have 190 this year. So you had about 25,481 increase. That's a 15.4% increase to your budget, but it affects the taxpayer by 0.42%. So when you say, oh, East Ferris has a 3% increase, you're 0.42 of that figure. So, and we're not 3% obviously, but that's how, when you add up all the tax levy increases, we're sitting at 16.
So will you go through this once and then we'll come back and
Yes.
then we'll each comment on where we feel. So
Yes.
let's go through this, we should make sure we have all your notes of where you thought there might have been some places we could have made cuts and
Yeah.
okay, all right, so.
The next section, general government, municipal office, MPAC, medical center, St. Teresa building, everything that I went through from categories 110 to 141. So if you look, the net effect, my budget's down $16,514. So 1.8% of the budget, but it helps the levy increase by 0.27. It actually reduces our tax levy increase. Fire department, their budget's up 51.6%, and we're gonna pass off 2.78% tax levy increase to the residents. So on a regular year where we would probably pass that in total, this is one department. Policing services. So if you look, the figure's actually down by $10,296, and it helps the tax levy by 0.17% reduction. Policing contract is actually lower than it was last.
Well, that's good.
So if you look 597%, figure that's been provided. Ride program stays the same every year. I put 6,600, it might be 63, 65, it doesn't change much. Call taking for OPP doesn't change over the years, it hasn't. Provincial offenses, I budgeted the same as last year, and in all honesty, I've not got a check for last year yet. I've got to call the city and say, what's going on with POA and why aren't we having any meetings? Port security, prisoner transportation, 1,857 in revenue, that's an actual, so that's how much we're gonna get this year. Police Services Board passed the budget of 10,700 versus 10,150 last year, so $550 more. So this policing section you have not seen on an individual sheet. It's pretty self-explanatory, there's not much to it. Next page, building. Building's up $84,000. We know that. We've got a second staff member with payroll burdens plus training. And we've also got, that's kind of the story behind that. Here's another way where you should look at percentages. It's up 396%. It's a net effect, but 1.39 is the tax levy increase. By law enforcement up $15,000, so 0.26 is what's gonna go on the taxpayer. Animal control, very little change, 0.01% tax levy increase. Transportation services, the budget's up 8.5. I told you 10 earlier, but the net of that in environmental, when you take revenues into consideration, it's 10%. But that's, I circle that number, I circle the fire department, because when you start getting to like 2% to levy to the taxpayer, those are the bigger numbers when in a regular year, you're 2, 3, 4%, right? I say that, but there's, we've got through budgets where there's some figures you can barely shave, right? Environmental services, 5.4, and the effect on taxpayers, 0.11. When you combine that with public works, you're sitting at 2% public works environmental total. Then we're on to facilities and recreation. So if we flip the page. Facilities and recreation is up $151,000 over last year and 2.5% tax levy increase to the residents. Planning, 0.23% tax levy increase on the residents. But when you look at economic development, it's actually a decrease of 0.28. So when you look at it in combined, planning ec dev was the other budget that was reduced from last year. So total 8.87. So here's the thing, when you look at 8.87, it's like, well, you know, we've talked and I've mentioned to a couple council members in advance, we're probably sitting between 7 and 10. You look at a figure like, okay, right? Flip the page, ABCs. ABCs are up $67,000 this year. I mean, 60,000 is DSAB. So you can look at the figures, DSAB's about a $1.4 million now. Castle Home, 258,000. They actually went down by $6,100. Health units up $585. Hospital donation, I've increased to $2,250. I'll tell you what the math is. I'd like to have that paid by the end of this term of council. We got 4 years. So what I did was I increased a little bit this year. The difference being now on a go forward, every year after will be either 27 or 28,000 exact, and we have 3 payments to go. Versus doing 25, 25, 25, and in the last year having to add, I think it was about $13,000. I just made it equal. Library board, you heard the presentation yesterday, they're up 6,100, and conservation authority is up $4,700. That includes about a $4,000 ski hill ask. So ABCs are up 3.4% total for a levy increase of 1.11. When you add that to ours, you're sitting at 9.98 tax levy increase. The big problem comes in the next section because of reserves we used last year that we've not budgeted to use this year. So Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund is a revenue, $846,400. So it's up $2,800 this year. That'd be a number I would say we should really be writing a letter to the government this year to say, what are you doing with the partnership fund? It's not gone up over the years. Look where inflation's at. This should at least go up by inflation every year.
I agree.
So they've downloaded a lot of the municipalities to deal with. We know that, but the revenue is not coming, right? They've kept the budget at either $505 or $510 million across the province. We've gone up every year slightly. But it's not a big increase when you're looking at when you're facing 10, 15% increases and 20 on materials. So that might be something to advocate for. The next line, supplemental tax revenues, I've budgeted about $70,000 extra in supplementary taxes for this year, about 25,000 more than last year. That 70,000 is actually in line with roughly the actuals from last year. What happened is as you get higher construction activity, you build a house this year, by the time that pack goes out, they assess it and it takes effect, it might be next year. So that's what supplemental tax revenues are, is you're catching all of these houses that are finally assessed and got a tax bill. Transfer from reserves is 0 right now. The next section, transfer from reserves for active transportation, that's actually taking 50,000 out of reserves because we're moving ahead with an active transportation project this year if we get the NHSC funding. So that's why it's on the opposite side of the call of the chart. We put away $25,000 in 2022, $25,000 in 2021. So that's why 50. Pay as you go. That figure, the 512,000 plus 660,000. That's the exact figure you saw in the capital budget yesterday where I said it went up by 2.63%. Yeah, okay. So that's the exact figure, but what I do is I break it out into payments for principal and interest, which is 666,000 or 660,000. That's current debt. Principal and interest payments on anything we've done. So we've had some additions. We've got a medical center, we've got a municipal office, and I have to estimate what a garage costs, that kind of thing, right? But I needed $512,000 to pay cash for capital items because if not, you need to borrow more. So that's why the 2.63% increase. So it's just straight math, basically based on capital. The $70,000 in St. Teresa, you saw it in my budget, but I don't include it in this summary. In my section, I always showed council in the past. So when you add up all of that together, just that last section is a 6% increase because the 292,623 in reserves we used last year represented 4.85. of the six. When you look at it, the difference, you got 2.63 of capital. So that's where we're at, right? If we didn't have that section, we were sitting at 9.98, and you could probably say, can you find 2%, Jason? And I would say, yeah, and we'd be sitting at 8, and it was kind of in line with where we thought we'd be. So when you add up 9.98 and 6.02, you're at an even 16%, which is a tax levy increase of 967,000, bringing our budget to almost $9.3 million. Now, we either take questions on that, Mayor Rockford, or we get into a session. Because you asked me yesterday to look at that. I would say that in totality, what council wants to do, I don't think should take effect this year. We probably should phase it in maybe this year and do something next year. What I'm proposing, and let me just grab my papers. As I did the math. So here's the resolution passed by council in 2019, so everybody's aware. The old units, I call them, or the original units, which was 20 units. They're exempt from 50% of all taxes levied from 2019 till the end of the 20-year agreement, which is 2029. Except they pay garbage and recycling. Because garbage and recycling is a user fee, it is not a tax. So from the get-go, we've always charged them for garbage recycling collection. Phase 2, the new buildings, which was 8 units, exempt from all taxes levied for the first 10 years of the 20-year agreement. And the agreement goes 2017 to 2026. And exempt from 50% of all taxes levied for the second 10-year period of the agreement, which is 2027 to 2036. That's the deal.
On the old,
So if council says, don't charge them any more taxes and give them a break on garbage and recycling, don't charge them for it. The math on it is they pay about $880 a year garbage recycling. And taxes, they're about 15,000. But they're getting a break of at least 15,000, right? Because the one unit is 100%, the other one's 50. So if you combine that and said, the break this year is, we're not going to charge any more taxes to the villa until the end of the agreement, and we're not going to charge garbage and recycling, they'd say $15,856. Personally, my own opinion, it's about as much of a break I think we can handle this year. Am I taking this and adding it to 16%, or am I shaving 15,856 amongst all the departments to stay at 16%? And I could do it. But beyond that, if you start getting into cutting grass, well, now we're starting to get into capacity. And so where do we want to draw the line? I find this is an easy way to say we've assisted you with 15,800 on just taxes, garbage recycling, on top of all the break you're getting already for taxes. I mean, if you add that up, you're over $30,000 of subsidization, right? 0.5% to say. And then if council says that's what we can do for this year, or we have a tight year, well, then maybe it's something we revisit for next year to say, is there any more we can do? I personally feel that it's a monetary thing that we should be doing versus let's help you out with bookkeeping, let's store your documents and let's do this. It gets complicated. There's liability issues. There's
Slippery slope.
you start storing someone's documents, then are they in every week to go on their documents that are in the same room as our documents? No. Or what are they doing with our documents? I don't know about this kind of, there's some concerns, and you've got to trust people, but anyway, I think monetary, it's somewhat easy to throw money at some problems sometimes, where the other stuff, well, maybe next year we'll start looking at different things in kind. But that's just quick math, because I wondered, like I worked with Leah to say, what are they getting a break on now and where are we at? So that's that. We talked yesterday about fire inspections, $1,500 or whatever it is. I mean, if council wants to say generally, Jason, give them a break on user fees. Well, where do we draw the line? Like we allow them to use the hall rentals for meetings. We don't charge them. Fire inspections, one you want to say just, at your discretion, Jason, give them a break. They're not paying garbage and recycling. Beyond that, there's no other fees really, unless they go into building permit fees, planning, which that would be a new bill, and we waive them all for the other bills anyway. So like if you're fine with that. That's kind of what I looked at. I didn't have a lot of time to really crunch anything else, but
I think it would be, if I can, I think it would, it's important to say we're assisted. Here's our word assisted.
yeah.
And to quantify it and qualify.
Yeah, you know, and they brought up a good point, like just like I guess Mattawa owns the home or whatever, well. There's no taxes. They're likely not paying any taxes, it's an in and out. You know what I mean, if we own them and we charge one from taxation and it was in and out of another department. That's, I guess what I'm getting at is that they're running a housing corporation basically. Which is something we could have been forced to do, or if there was no bills like this and the town decided, hey, we need seniors housing. It'd be on us anyway. So I find taxation in the original agreements with these stipulated, we would assist on the taxation side. I think DSAP probably was hinting at a give them free taxes. We never did. We had a different deal. And I don't think it's unreasonable on the taxation garbage recycling side of things. So my only, I guess, concern with the whole thing is you do that and then what comes next year, what comes the year after and what comes. It may become a bigger discussion to say if we're kind of funding everything now. Does it become a municipal housing corporation? But I mean, I think we're quite a ways from there.
C'est bon.
So I don't know.
So we have complete information.
Yeah,
So where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Do we do a roundtable at this point just to get impressions,
well,
comments?
that's why on the schedule, just to let council know, like that, I think 11:30 pizza gets here, Mom.
Yeah.
So we've got to say 15 and then the talks after was, what's the direction from council? Like, do you want to digest all of this and do a 2-3 hour meeting next week? Or do you want to, you know, we had talked about wrapping up today by 3:30 latest. Do you want to sit here and crunch? That's, I think, what we need to talk. Also, if council is done early today, we could go do a garage tour if you really wanted to.
Okay,
We were scheduled for today, but because of budget, but they're not working in the afternoons. So the building's available for us if we were done early.
That's on our plate this week. I think
Yeah.
we need another time, my opinion.
and me personally, I think I would like, I didn't think so. I thought I would want to make sure we went forward with the resolutions today. But I think it is worthy of reflection. We have some voices and decisions to make. And I think we could use the opportunity.
The plan right now is to go May 23rd with a taxation bylaw to council.
Right,
So if we do have a meeting, we have to for sure have a meeting next week, and we won't be on time for an agenda.
right.
I don't think it would be a long meeting.
No,
I have a hard time right now, like, you know, council said we don't like 16 and we want it to be 10. I can't find 6 unless it's something, it's the big cuts. Like and I can't just be fluffy about it afterwards with managers. I mean, so it's easy for me to find a percent or two. When you start looking at numbers like this, because of reserves as well. Like if council says, you know what, take 5% out of reserves and take $300,000. Well, I mean, you're sitting 11%. Are you still happy? Are you happy with 11 or are we still talking 7, 8, 9, right? It's a tough year.
yeah. Would that be all right with council? Do you feel the same way or do you feel that?
Let's go around the table.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
that's the.
Please.
And around.
So ask any questions about the summary. I mean,
No,
it's
it's fine.
today and,
Right.
but it's everything that you've heard.
Okay, so with that thought in mind,
Yeah, I would prefer to start having a discussion. Just so that
yes,
when we meet next week, we have some more direction because I have a list, but I have no clue if this means anything or not.
Right.
Right? So I can sit here and stare at numbers, but I don't know what it means if I cut this, if I cut that. So that's to make my reflections more valuable over if we're going to meet next week, because we also looked at the doodle and next week was not good for a lot of people. So it's kind of, we had this time, we've booked this time. That's my idea.
My only thing with next week, all the doodle stuff was daytime. If we need to have an evening meeting, we have an evening meeting. That's life and we got to get a budget passed and we need to get something on an agenda. So I know maybe during the day it wasn't good for members, but evening might be a different story. I don't know there. And I say evening, I'm saying like, 5 o'clock plus or something.
So for me, the idea of going around the table was to open some of that, make some of these comments. We did maybe won't conclude. Right? If you're ready to start now,
I would appreciate from council some discussion around
Yeah.
what members think is just not happening, or because with that, if I know a little bit of what's cut, I can go back on myself and say, and chat with managers and see what I can come up with on my end, but I could come up with something I want to, absolutely not.
Councillor Champagne is out, just
Yeah.
he's temporarily indisposed because Dr. Jericho
Yes.
is tiring and he's going to give a speech.
Yes.
I'd like to wait till he comes back, but if you just want to share an open forum, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, lunch is in 10 anyway, so there could be a bit of a discussion and then have lunch and decide what council.
Or I'm just curious, could you just read off 3 or 4 things off?
Read my list.
No great detail, just,
Yeah.
but just,
And again, so the beach volleyball seemed to be an easy $35,000. Okay, so South Shore Bar, you bet.
We were borrowing for it.
Okay,
All I'm doing is reducing borrowing. I'm not reducing any taxes because we're not paying cash.
okay.
I know. I sat there last night too and said, beach volleyball, skate room with a shed. Well, we need the Coral Park Hall for 1 more year. So this is all borrowed items. And I've not put in principal and interest payments on this new borrowing because my idea was I was gonna borrow in December and start paying in the new year. So it doesn't help us.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so that's important because I'd sit on that for
South Shore,
South Shore boat launch. Do we defer that for a year? Council raises, do we claw back?
it's already been done.
I know, but can we claw back? Because they claw back doctors all the time. Can we claw back? Because that's $18,000. Fire advertising, so that's $4,500, right? Radio and the decals. Deferred Dugas Road, $80,000. Only do 2 hydrants, dry hydrants instead of the 4 or 3 to 4, that would save 10,000.
That's public safety.
No, I get it, totally. Right, and I'm just trying, because you can't cut back propane, gas, insurance,
Hydro.
hydro, those things. So I'm just trying to find, so I get it. So this is just pie in the sky, right?
That's good.
No lights at the fire hall in the back. That's $7,200 safety again. No roof on the shed, $6,000. Library training, because I'm thinking, if everybody has to cut, where does the library cut? That is, cut it down $2,000. I didn't know with the outdoor rink, playground equipment, bleachers, if.
All
was
for.
Right. Joe,
The only thing from capital, if you wanted to look at capital, is the pay-as-you-go items
right.
is where you could cut because that's a direct hit to taxpayers. They're paying cash for it this year. The borrowings, the idea was you're paying for it next year. You're not paying for it this year, right? So that, yeah. The only difference is if you cut something like recreation that you're going to borrow for and move something from pay as you go to a borrowing.
Yeah.
The more you borrow, the more it helps. The issue is I can't borrow for gravel roads and I can't borrow for, there's things you just can't borrow for, like you call the bank and say, I want to borrow for the gravel roads. I mean, we borrowed before $1.2 million years and years ago, over 10 years now. But I'll give you an example like culvert evaluation. You just would borrow for, right? Douglas Road, I mean, the council's going to go over and bundle all up. This is their a loan. This is what the issue is going to be with roads though. By the time I put an application and approval, the road work needs to start, right? That's where the difficulty is there. Active transportation, gravel roads, they're all stuff like roads you wouldn't borrow for. Fire stuff, yeah, I can get a small loan for fire equipment, but it's 82,000, right? My thoughts was that's a cash thing. So the capital is very hard this year. Where normally you could say, cut, move it to next year. There's so many wheels in motion with grant applications and things that it's tight. Like, yeah, Johnson could say no to 82,000 for the fire department, say over 1%. That means no well, no hydrants. You're at a percent, a 1.25%, just say,
No,
right there.
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anything else on your list? Is
So
that,
I guess the other thing is revenue. So what does this look like per household for taxes? Or what is the increase?
Yeah. I can tell you just based on a straight household, not an assessment value,
Right.
right?
Let's say if we were gonna say, sorry, taxpayers, and I'm not saying this taxpayers, but we're on the hook for all of this money. So, because we're taxpayers too, right? So we're on the hook. What would we be raising taxes?
You're probably $400 and some a household if you did it straight across. Like not based on assessment.
Yeah.
There's about 2,285 households, I believe now.
424.
But yes,
I did that earlier today.
so. The only thing I would say is like, I would not recommend that. I'm saying there's got to be something from reserves. It has to be used for one more year.
Yeah, he's spoken about this.
Well, we know we've got quite a bit, like if you look at the financial, it was like a couple $1 million. Well, the 2021, let me open it up.
Is that all you've got, Mark?
That's all I have. That's what I came up
Okay.
with.
Go ahead, you.
No, I'm, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
Go ahead.
I'll go.
We can just go in order.
Okay, so I think when we had we negotiated with the union, everyone was surprised at how much, because Jason and I are nickel and dimers when it comes to any negotiations. But it was a time for adjustment. We were in danger of losing trained staff. We were training people when they were going to other places. Okay, and there's a shortage of trained worker cohorts in the Nipissing Basin. Long story short, I think this is reflective of reality. In my opinion, we offer more than anybody other than North Bay as far as services go. With our arena and the recreation centers and good roads, we've got paved roads, we have gravel as well. But I think I look at it, we're investing in the future. We've got a new garage, we replaced a burnt out garage, there was insurance money, didn't cover the new garage because partially covered, but quite frankly, it's twice the size almost of the previous garage, and it's updated, it was long overdue. We got a new fire hall coming, supposedly. Right now, we got a new medical office, which has been a boon to all our taxpayers. And we've got a new office that's reflective because when you're bursting at the seams, it's bad for morale and it results in sometimes questionable behavior because everybody's put upon you or being talked to. Long story short, I think it's time. This to me is reality. We got a new employee agreement, which was substantial, as we know, with the union. We've got a salary study out, and that's going to be substantial, quite frankly. I mean, let's face it, to keep up. So I've got no problem with the 16% myself personally. And but I do think we could take some reserves. If it's $400 a household, 424. If we could split that with reserves and take 200 per household out of reserves, one time only, and then $200 a household, 224. I think that's reasonable, looking at the benefits, and we're investing in the future. But this is an adjustment of reality, in my opinion. And I think then from then on, as we mentioned to the union agreement, which is public knowledge, we said, hey, it's really a big bump at first, and then it's going to be rational in the next 3 years. So that's why I'm looking at this. This is one heck of an adjustment. It's like a perfect storm. Everything came together at one time. It happens. But we're going to be seeing more revenue from the medical building and get leases in place. So I think everything's working well. So I've got no problem with 16%. I don't like putting things off because you're just kidding yourself. It's like, we got a bad foundation. We got bad this, that. Let's not do it. We can't afford it this year. You can't afford not to do it. There comes a time. And quite frankly, when you look at what we offer, like recreation, you talked about the volleyball. It's used, our facilities are utilized. Corbeil Hall is utilized by a lot of people, mostly seniors. But it is important for infrastructure. There's a reason that 50 new homes were built last year because it was a demand. And I've mentioned before, we've got a great place to live. Half of North Bay Council can't be wrong.
But I'm.
It's not the first time I've said it. Really? Northeast Ferris is the place to live. And we've maintained and we're improving and we're continuing to maintain. It costs money. This is one heck of an adjustment. We all realize that. But it's a one-time deal and then it can be rationed. Thank you.
To make it, not. I agree with Councillor Kelly, just to kind of expand on it. So when we had the COVID crisis, we made provisions. We knew that this day was going to come forward. We knew when we helped our residents with 1.2 increases and everything else, and increases were going on, but we were looking after our residents at that time. We knew that this was going to come. Did we know what number was going to come at? No. Things are changing. Economics are changing. It is what it is. Unfortunately, I didn't think it was going to be 16, but at the other hand, things are going up also. With regards of pay as you go. And there's tough decisions to be made here. Pay as you go. If you say we can hit that, well, and this is tough, but you know what? It's realistic. The active transportation project. There's 171,000. That could be 2-point-some% right there. If you bypass that project, because it's pay as you go. Yes, it's a grant. Yes, I know we normally don't shy away from grants. This is a project. It's a project that it's a project for one side of the municipality. It's not a global project for everybody that's going to be used. It's something that's going to benefit, and I get it, I understand, but it's, on the other hand, if there's tough decisions and there's tough economics, there's a 2% right there, to over 2% saving right there, where we can save our money in our reserves. So that's something where the rest of the council may want to think about as you pay as you go, where you can save over 2% right there. So I know, Mayor, it's a project of yours that you've really want to push. I understand. I get it. I don't like to cut services, or not services, but things that are good for the municipality. Because I don't like to see us, I always want to see us move ahead and grow with regards of our recreation, our services, everything else. But again, I'll repeat what I said. It's tough. I don't think that going deep into our reserves is going to help, because that's going to turn around and bite us again next year. So if the CEO is saying you may want to look at your pay as you go projects, that's one where I'm sitting there going, there's over a 2% savings rate there. So that could bring you down to your over $200 some odd increase. So yeah, I also a firm believer too that we're a team, and this is an open discussion, and we'll wait to see what Councillor Champagne has an idea also. Maybe he's got an idea where we can maybe keep this project. And maybe there's something else that I'm not seeing or anything else is seeing. So we maybe be able to keep that project. Maybe Councillor Champagne has an idea also that we can keep that project and maybe go after something else. But those are my feelings. I'll leave it like that.
Mr. Garcia, you were going to comment on the reserves.
As of the end of 2021, 1.4 million.
You didn't want to say anything? Okay.
1.4 million.
Reserves at the end of 2021. We don't have our financials for 2022. We know we've used, well, we booked in about 300,000 last year to use. So about $1 million. That's not a lot of money.
No,
Like, I mean, when you look at the size of our municipality. So
How much would you want to keep in reserves? Like what?
5 million, 10. I don't know, but
Okay. All right.
below what is comfort level for me.
Okay.
My only thoughts is we're gonna come to a time, and we used to do this where we said, hey, like, we have to fund reserves now. So like next year might be one of those years that if things pan out, we say, let's put, 2% in reserves. I know Calendar had a hard decision, and I mean, they made a hard decision in their budget this year. They still passed the 7.8%, but they funded their reserves by about $1.2 million. So in their minds and their own decision makers, they felt, well, we still need to do this. My gut would have said, why are you putting 1.2 million in a savings account and passing it off to residents when you're at 7.8? But I don't know the projects that are coming up. I don't know their water sewer issues, right? Like, so that's what I mean. Like, it'll come in a day where we say, okay, taxpayer, we can't do 2% this year. We're gonna do 4%. And we might do 4% next year. We might do 4%, even though we do 2%, because we need to put money in reserves for the rainy days, right? So I'd like, to me, I don't like touching reserves. I never really do. We did it last year, and I actually had suggested we use them last year because we, pandemic and all of that, but I know council had increased it a little more than I had suggested, I guess, but not a lot.
But the thing is, but just to remember what we said at the time, we were using our reserves. But again, that was helping everybody.
Yes.
Yes.
That was helping everybody to, during hard times.
Yep.
Globally, right? So you got to remember that. And now we did that for the greater good for everybody.
Yeah, a couple of years ago as well, council, and we can't forget this, like Castle Home's creeping up there for $300,000 and some a year. Now, 2 years ago, I believe it was, or 3, we built in $300,000 to cover our Castle Home payments. The issue's become since then, new municipal building, municipal garage, we did a. So that 300,000 that was kind of sitting there to cover that has now been used for something else, right? So, Castle Home March made a year that they put shovels in the ground. And it's a 5-year project, they say. So 4 years down the road there, we need 300 and some thousand built into a budget. That's about 5%, right? Of today's dollars. So if you looked at it next year, you might be adding 1% and 1% the year after and 1% the year after and 1% to get us to our Castle Home figure, right? And if you have years where you're at 3, 4, 5, then, well, it's difficult.
Mr. Garcia, can you comment on what the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, what we can use it for?
Anything operational. There's no restrictions. I don't have to report how we spend it.
Okay.
The government basically says, this is in my head, we're a creature of the province. They got to assist us in terms of operating municipalities. So they go ahead and say, here's $850,000. Do what you want with it to operate your municipality. And they don't ask us how we spend it. It comes in 4 chunks a year. Like every quarter you get 25%. Done. It's not a grant, like in terms of like anything else where you report, you have to apply for it and all of that. We don't do nothing. They make an announcement once a year and say, here's your amount for next year. The issue with that is when I started the municipality, the fund was at about $525 million. They said, we're bringing it down to 500. They were actually cutting $25 million out of it, right? But what they did is they whittled it down, but they were never able to get it down to 500. They brought it to 505 and 510 and that. And then they started playing with it and saying, okay, we're going to give you 90%, or you're always going to get 90% of your prior year. That's a guarantee. So you can plan, but we might be shaving 10. Well, we've always gotten a little more because of, they look at a fiscal index. The issue with the whole thing is you're talking, and I started this 10 years ago being 525 and today it's 505 or 510. It's never gone up. Like look at inflation and everything goes up 2-3% a year, even without the times we're dealing with right now. And then the province will download, health unit, you get another 5% of the health unit, you get another, where are the operating dollars? Back in the day, the province had more assets and paid for more assets than what municipalities did, and this shifted. I think they say now we sit at around 60 or 70% of the assets of the province are managed by municipalities, right? but there's no extra money. Look at road money. When was the last time we got road money? Pre-pandemic. I think there's gotta be a push to the government to say, they're all boasting, like, look at all the money that's coming into the province.
Well, and look what I'll be really frank, look what the government is doing right now. Everything's for the cities and bigger towns. There's nothing right now for our size, for municipalities that we're getting any assistance from. So we're floating ourselves right now. So, and it's gonna be probably like that for
Yeah.
next little bit.
It's almost lunchtime. Do we know if the pizza?
It's not here yet.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Do you have comments, Mayor?
I do actually, and so certainly. Well, you mentioned one element, I think, I mean, the bylaw enforcement, don't disagree that we could push that off to 2024. I think we all agree that we need the position. I don't think that that's the issue here, and I really like the positioning with the fire. I think that's wonderful how we thought it out, but this year we have Pig Creek. So we have capacity for this year to maybe oversee bylaw. And by the time we get a job description agreed upon, we're going to be into the fall. By the time we advertise, probably we won't be recruiting, we could probably wait till January to have someone start. So that is certainly a position that I do support the bill. I think the approach of the tax, I think that was a very good approach. And it is affordable housing. We can't charge market rents. So it's not an easy project to manage. I mean, certainly, we've had a very successful project since 2009. I've always said that the people who managed it and made it work on the budgets that they have been incredible people, and they continue to be incredible people that are managing that. But we do need to support them, and we've done a great job as a municipality to do that. So I'm glad that we have a council that is thinking that way. I mean, I don't think that's always, I think that's very good positioning. I do feel that there is a bit of I find there are a few budgets from departments that there's a bit of we could shade some. I think there were things in there. We don't have to do everything. We have, we've done a lot in the last few years. So to me, the attitude should be a little bit, well, how do we scale back and not do as much? I certainly think that that's, I personally would to see a bit more of that. And I don't disagree, Councillor Kelly, with your observation. And I think you summarize that. I do think we've come to a reckoning. I think that's how you've said it, Councillor Tran. We do agree, and we knew this day was coming. But I'm not sure I support the 16%. I'd like to see it, but with some reserves, I think we could do certain things. We were very low on reserves before. So, I mean, we have had, this has been our reality as a municipality. So I would certainly support that. Coming back to some of the priorities on roads, me personally, I was thinking about that. Oh, here he comes. And I actually didn't want to discuss that until he arrived.
Councilor Champagne, right now we've gone through the summary. Summary is the top page that's in front of you. Yep. Basically, it's just an overview of all the budgets put together. You go to the last page, we're sitting at 16%. So actually go to the second last page, if you don't mind. I'm just going to point out one number. So when all the budgets are put together, Rick, we're sitting at 8.87% increase operating budgets. It's the number at the bottom of your page. On the tax, that's a tax levy increase of 8.87. When you flip the page, the ABCs are a tax levy increase of 1.11. So combined is the number underneath at 9.98. If we had nothing else to deal with, we'd be sitting at 10, is what I had mentioned. And we could probably squeeze 1% or 2 out of there and be at 7, 8 kind of thing. When you look at the next line though, 6% increase from the bottom section. There's about 2.6 from capital. Remember we discussed yesterday an increase from capital, but there's also the fact that we don't have the reserves we used last year. Like there's nothing built in for reserves. Combined, I mean, you're sitting at 6. When you add that to 9.98, you got your 16. So we're sitting at 16. And what we've done for the last 15 minutes, councils went around the table and just discussed things that could possibly be cut or based things they want to point out that could be. We are going to have lunch kind of any minute when the pizza arrives.
What's the major point? So it brought up.
Well, basically overall, I would say if I summarize it, Our day of reckoning, we've always thought has come forward and it is now. So we've always known that following COVID, that we would have to make some adjustments. So basically, we know that we are facing an increase this year. So, and I think basically what council is saying, to some extent, we're comfortable with that. Now, I think it's to which degree that's where we're at. Deputy Mayor Louis Ackers has started to identify items we could chop and cut, but we've decided that we basically maybe today would like to have just a general discussion, maybe come back next week to make a final discussion. And I was the one I was going to comment right now on actually an element concerning roads. And so that's why I'm happy for a while, because I didn't want to bring it up until you were here. I was just reflecting last night on Grew Road versus Catherine Drive. And to some extent, I feel Grew Road is a priority. And I would find it difficult right now if we went forward with the Catherine subdivision and did that. And how would we justify that to a citizen from that part of well, not necessarily just from citizens who live there, but in general, citizens in East Ferris? Why we didn't do a major roadway that's in need of major work? Or why did we not keep the funds and maybe hold them to next year and then do it all next year? Or do it as we did with Lake Neswansing Road, maybe in parts. That said, I did agree very much with the comment that this is the road where if we were going to get any funding, it is that road where there is most possibilities for us to get funding support for different reasons. But I'm just not sure we have before we get there, before we're able to make a business case for funding for that road, as much as I think that it's something that could potentially be possible, we're still though a good year, 2 years away from that. So I'm concerned that we might not get to fixing the road, because if we have to spend $1 million, which was the price tag that Antoine mentioned, that we're just not going to get to it before the year 3. And then that road, that's a major problem. So for me, I was interested in having that discussion with council, although I'm not set. These thoughts that I certainly would like to maybe better explore. I was hoping that this year with road work, that we would do the minimal, given that we've done so much. We have, but I appreciate that we are a municipality that has always valued road work. Our municipality has, evolved from that. Basically, we came together over, and it has always been a very valued item in our municipality. But we have done a lot. I mean, and so certainly compared to a lot of other communities, our roads are terrific. And so is there an opportunity to shave a little bit there? Is there an opportunity to put off until next year certain things so that we can maybe do other things? I do agree. I mean, if we don't need to borrow, and we shouldn't borrow. It's not just because we can borrow that we should borrow. I don't think that that's a good approach. Like, I do agree with you with the volleyball court. I was hoping we might see it under the ISIT program. And but at the end of the day, I understand what you just described, that, the 27%, and I appreciate that. But I think to be thinking where we can shave, we should try to take that attitude. It's a good attitude to have. And so the fire department, I did see when I was a bit disappointed, I must admit, I'll share it now, when I saw that the fire department didn't come into this building. And I'm concerned that we're going to start doubling the expenses over time in another building that we were hoping to see decreased expenses. That said, over time, we're not looking at a fire hall, and it may very well be that we will have staff in that fire hall. But when we did design this with the intention of having the fire department staff in here so that we could cut down over there and we could do the training in here. And now we're building a training department over there. And I don't think that was our vision. So, but I mean, nothing is ever, firm, and everything is open to certainly discussion. So for me, there's that remains. I see certain costs there that I think, well, why are we doing that? We built this kitchen with this thought in mind that the fire department could train here, could have training sessions. We built in the technology for that. So there's that to reflect on for sure. I mean, McPherson Drive, I don't dispute it in any way, and it's not my project. It is a council project. When we had the issue with the Algonquin land claim, the concern that our citizen would be losing the ability to walk through their trails that they've developed, we had put forward, well, we need an alternative for them. I mean, if they're going to be, this is significant for me for that, for all of our municipality, but certainly, yes, for the, the South Shore of Crook Lake and the residents that live there. So the McPherson Road project, I mean, we speak about it and, it's amongst ourselves, but certainly it was always put forward with that intention. And when we made a list of what were our priorities with the Algonquin land claim, we had put certain elements down that we brought forward when we met with the Ontario land negotiators. And there was a list and that was approved by council. So it's not my project.
But the grant application.
Well, with us as a council, we approved it. Yes, absolutely. Whenever we apply for a grant, Councilor Jan, we have to approve putting forward a grant. And we approved an active transportation plan and it was top priority in that plan. And we approved the grant together and when we applied and both when we received it. So, I mean, I don't do anything in isolation. And if council now have changed their mind on that, fine. That's not an issue, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be colored as if but I have supported everything that council approves. I support and I advocate for that. So I'd say that is where that certainly comes from.
But the thing is, that's not money was put aside, that's like, we can't get that. Put aside.
No, the funds have been approved by the governments right now we have applied for them through active transportation. Yes, so it was an indirect way to be able to get funding, to be able to provide.
Space.
Absolutely, yes.
We can't take that.
No. But at the same time, I mean, I look what we did on Lake Nesponson Road. Okay, when we did use the active transportation to fix the shoulders of Lake Nesponson Road, to me, it enhances the whole road. And so I see personally, what I've concluded from that was a bit benefit to roads. So I see when you get those funds that it's an opportunity to fix culverts. It's an opportunity to maybe shave off some of the bad curves and fix them a little bit. So it's an opportunity to bring improvements to McPherson Drive. And I do believe in this municipal-wide distribution of, what we do. I mean, we're not overall, I think that is important. And those issues are important to that part of our municipality. So to be able to try to find solutions to that, I mean, I think that's a plus certainly for us. But so I make those comments. And so overall, my hope is that we can bring it to below 10% overall when we finish our discussion from 16. I don't believe in us doing the cutting. I know Mr. Stretzy, I do believe in there are places, there are some consulting fees or things that we could say still in our budget. My preference would be as a council that we turn this over back to you at some point to say an additional 2%. Yes. And I know you said you don't necessarily like to do that, but I think that is part of the role as well. So I'm hoping that with a bit of reserves, a bit of that, a bit of us, that we can come to that particular amount.
So question, in order to bring it down 6%, we took it out of reserve. That's my head, that's like $360,000 out of reserve, right? Close.
What percentage, sorry?
6%.
6 at 6 is 60.
Yes, you have to take out about 360,000. We talked about how we're sitting there.
We have, we did.
Million, 1.4 million at the end of 2021, but we had budgeted to use 300,000 last year. We're not done our audit. So I'm not like 1.1 to be safe. Million.
The other part of the question, you talked about our roads, even in our meeting, the other day, we discussed talking about putting a shoulder on it. It's not going to work just that way. He feels it's more, you can pave the whole road for the same price. Because you just can't pave a shoulder and put on the surface street, it doesn't work. And said that if we get the grant to do the whole road, then we're done with it for another 10 years.
You have to match.
And your walking trails are, and Crescent's different, obviously, but because of the price of what it costs to do a meter compared to do the whole road, it's a smaller amount. So it comes out the same price.
Me personally, we're not, before we get approval, we're not going to be doing this work this year. So we're not going to be putting in the funds, but I understand the accounting issues.
If I can name it, Rockford, you're right. Like by the time June comes and we hear from NOHFC and you move ahead, I'm not quite sure it'll get done this year.
No.
So my thoughts were, instead of chopping something because we're guaranteed some money, Ontario Trinity Foundation will likely grant us an additional year, around 150,000. And I looked up the active transportation fund and they seem to say the fund was good till 2026, 2027. So my thoughts is I'm not signing an agreement with them. we're working through a draft agreement. We've got Aboriginal consultations to do. My thoughts was to whenever we draft an agreement to ask them that because of where we're at, we're waiting on another funding agency. We're going to delay our project to next year, right?
Correct.
So in with all of that, we wouldn't lose the grant money, but we wouldn't have to budget the
No.
money this.
Yeah.
So at least we pulled 171,000 out for this year.
Yeah.
But have an opportunity to do it next year. And if next year comes and council doesn't want to do it, well, so be it at that point. But not say no to the funding agencies.
Correct, yes. I think I think it's a wise approach. Councillor Trahan, I'm looking at you.
There's no cost to us this year.
I think
Defer.
it's a wise approach. It is.
Okay, but we haven't intended.
Correct.
Exactly.
No, yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to interrupt, but you bring up a good point, Councillor Tran, because prices could be even lower next year. Because you're starting to see some things level off or come down, so we don't know, next year might be a better year to tender a project like that than this year. I mean, you're hearing from Steph was here, our fire chief, a truck's 850,000, it's insane. The same truck, a few, like, you know, things are double. But I'm hoping something like that is not 850 next year, maybe you're back in the 7s or 6s or whatever it be, but here's some math for council.
Think it's gonna.
Here's some math for council.
You look at everybody's costs, wages are going up, gasoline prices,
Wages,
Roads are tied to petroleum costs.
wages are gonna be a thing that are not gonna go down next year. I mean, we've got
No.
collective agreements, they always go up.
Equity.
Yeah, I'm hopeful it's other things like maybe heating fuels and supplies and materials, like even Antoine on guide rails and signs and that, it's insane, the prices. I feel like the pandemic's allowed everybody to just jack rates up, whether they should be or not. I'll publicly state that, like it's like the groceries.
I think
Groceries are up how much and Loblaws made more billions of dollars of profit than they had last year. So
we can put out a tender saying it's not constructed next year or some work
you can,
like blasting rock and stuff like that.
yeah.
For next year, at least we'll know where we're sitting at.
Yeah.
All we do is
About that.
our tender says, depending what the price is coming at, we may start this year, may not be till next year, but at least you're not guaranteeing it, right? At least you get some pricing.
Yeah. Here's the map for council. I shave an active transportation off and push it to next year. And I cut out the bylaw of prior prevention, but maybe get a guarantee from council that we can start in the fall with a
Yeah.
job description and hire somebody to get ready for 2024. I shave off 51,216. I'm just throwing this out there. If we had to say this year, dry hydrants of 20 Gs, move it to next year, but maybe double up next year. It's 20,000. It's not a big number, but I'm just saying that.
So that's just the one. correct?
Well, there's 20,000 in the budget this year. If we shave the whole thing out, I was trying to see of the pay as you go items, what we can get rid of.
Yeah, oh,
I think it's more important to have maybe the scene lights. I don't know, like some of this, I love to have a discussion with managers, but if we leave the 20,000 in, I could find 20,000 elsewhere
I'd rather leave
in
it.
the budget, okay?
yes.
If I shave out, if you guys give me direction and say you need to find a 1% in the budget, I'll go back to managers and everyone's got to give in. So when I add when I add that all together, it's 5.01% that I can shave off of 16 leaves me with 10.99. You want to take 2% from reserves, I'm sitting at 8.99. That's just like a suggestion. It's a quick, we're below 10. We touch reserves though. What's that, sorry?
What was 10.99 and then you're gonna take.
Well, if you would take 2 from reserves, because I heard a discussion about reserves, it brings us to 8.99.
But that's only taking 120,000 of reserves.
That's correct. But I mean, we're weaning ourselves off at least. Whenever you took 200 and some last year, and this is about a half of that, you're going down to not needing reserves next year, right?
Take it about $400,000.
Correct. And I mean, that's just quick math. You could say, no, we want the dry hydrant, we don't want something else, but it's got to be something that's a pay as you go. I hate the fact we're borrowing again, I'll be honest with you, because like I'm waiting on an application for the garage still right now, which if IO comes back and says we're not going to fund it, I'm scrambling with RBC to say, hey, I need $1.4 million here, right? So now this is a small amount. It's probably, if I get the garage amount from IO, they're going to say yes to 200 and some. I mean, but yeah.
What about the outdoor rink covered playground structure, I mean, for 173.
We're borrowing for it, so no effect.
Saying, you know what?
I keep it because we gotta get rid of the ISA money and projects soon enough.
Yeah.
And that one there, if we're gonna borrow the whole amount, there's no effect on the taxpayer this year, so. Yeah, I would borrow in December and I make the first payment next year, which means we got a budget in next year for principal and interest. That's it.
10.9 to me is not out of line.
With 8.9, he said?
10.9
10.9 is with,
don't touch reserves.
10.99 is without any reserves.
Yeah.
10.9, try and give me the math quickly, how much that means for household.
Yeah, we did it. I think we did math earlier when you weren't here, Councilor Champagne. We were sitting at 424 a house at
That's a lot.
the other amount.
That's 16.
So sorry, 10.99, you want to know?
But 3 and change, a little over 3.
I just want to.
I'm about 60, 44, not all that. Spitballing. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah. I'm just thinking out loud, Catherine Drive hasn't been done in 5 years. And there's work that has to be done this year. There's some stuff that has to be done.
You're about 290 across the board, like it's all based on assessment, right, and taxes, but you're about $290 a house.
And your assessment's not gonna change each
You're
year.
about $24 a month.
Their assessment's not gonna change, their assessments aren't gonna change the exact amount. It's gonna be about $290 more a month.
Not per house, like that's just on a per house basis.
So
It's $1 million house pays more than a 50,000.
one thing to keep in mind, according to Stats Canada, the East Terrace is something like $15,000 to $20,000 per household mean income above the Ontario average. So when we're talking an extra $150 or $200, we're not talking a lot of money per house. It's affordable, is what I'm saying. Because it does go according to assessment. And we're still one of the lowest no rate taxpayers in the area. The only one cheap right now is Dixie Village. Dixie Village is much better. We provide a lot of services at a very reasonable cost. So I think, as I say, of a year to take a jolt, which is 10.99 is, it's a year to do it because we can point to 3 or 4 different things. Inflation being one, new offices, new medical building, and a big new garage. So.
For me, it's to get it to, I think to get it to one number. I know, I just find that in the minds of people, it's like, you know, 999.
Okay, but if I can.
Yeah.
That's the problem with percentages.
I know.
Because like Jason mentioned last night after the meeting, you look at 2 or 3% increase in North Bay, big difference between 2 and 3% in East Ferris.
Right.
Our 2 and 3% is minuscule compared to a lot of municipalities.
You look at the library, 4%, people say it's gone up 4%. Yeah, it's $6,100.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a $10 million budget, right? So that's very difficult percentages.
And that's the problem with percentages. We try to keep away from over the years.
The pizza, right?
Yes.
Oh, the pizza's here?
Okay, pizza, we'll take our lunch break and we'll
Back.
come back.
So we're live still.
Yeah.
Okay,
It stays live over lunch?
I can turn it all
Oh, no,
off.
no, not
and then
at all.
come back.
No, I just want to be sure.
It's just
You
set it up as a
yeah,
second video on YouTube,
Yes.
so.
Won't take warranty anyway.
No,
Not you.
wasn't a meeting.
Good.
In the speech.
Yep.
Good. How old is he? I hope he enjoys his retirement, seriously. Oh,
We're live.
pardon me?
We're live.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
No, I'm just going for a bite to eat. Point. Very good point. Talk outside. So look at the board, the old board up there, the old councils. Yeah, Jules Perrin was on it. It was 1-year term. Imagine a 1-year term.
No, I like looking at the old history and stuff like that.
You're gonna end up wearing it late. Yeah.
Thank you.
this.
Back to the other.
I just look at my glass.
Just remember, we're still on YouTube.
Yeah, we're still live, eh?
Yeah. Yep. Find out a way to not be, like to be able to pause it.
Gregson, or even just mute it.
Well, Gregson's for planning, he thinks if you mute that computer, like you turn the volume off,
Yes.
you'll see people's mouths moving, but you won't hear it. I said, well, we better test that, because if I tell a council member we're not, and we're actually, like, you'd still be live, you just, I'd rather just turn it off or just know that we're live.
I have to agree.
It's not that we have anything to hide, it's more if it's a personal conversation, nothing about the municipality. It's just not a ratio.
You're much taller than me, Terry.
Well, I'm coming up in the world.
I'll go get a clerk.
Probably by the fireplace.
Yeah.
See, Deb and Dave are in Portugal.
That?
Deb and Dave were in Portugal. Yeah.
Oh, you follow
Was that, they were on Facebook?
All right, on.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if they did they were supposed to put in a riverboat cruise with them,
Okay.
but when I found out there was 28 of them, I go only with that. I go with a couple, whatever.
No.
28 people.
That's a crowd.
Yeah.
Be nice, a couple you get along with, whatever.
That'd be fine. It's better than municipal office 12 years. More than half the staff smoke. I couldn't believe it. I came from an office that,
Oh, really? Everybody smoked?
well, no, when I started at the municipality 12 years ago,
Oh, yeah,
half the office staff smoked. I couldn't believe it.
sure.
Like at Gateway, it was different. I call them the technicians, like the helicopter maintenance guys. Wow, I think all of them smoked cigarettes. The office, nobody did. I went to Brush and there was maybe the odd person beyond that. And I came here and it was more than 50%. A little different today. It's not there.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a few quit, but yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to resume.
Yeah.
12:25. What I'd like to do at this point is go around council and see what the table and your thoughts are and how do we proceed. So the options before us is that we should do now, today. And we set a schedule for next week to meet again. And this, or we pursue a discussion right now. And at that point, depending on where we finish, we decide if we pass things today or if we then set for another meeting next week. So we'll do around the table, starting with, if you could please share your view in terms of how best to proceed.
So I do have one question, because you said that the reserves was low before. When was it low before?
Well, basically, when before we settled for the, so a couple of things, when we settled for the loss bill, so that was, and we also sold properties. I was thinking about that revenue generating opportunities. We haven't put that on the table. I don't think there are as many before us, or are there any, but so certainly that brought in revenues for us and we replenished our reserves at that point. As a result of these actions, but the oil spill used up on the reserves tremendously.
Even years and years ago, there was a lot of reserves, but the term of the councils back then didn't borrow. So when they needed to, they used up reserves and then it slowly depleted. First time we borrowed was 2012, just because we had to. And then from there, we've kind of been up and down.
Well, quite frankly, in those days, we weren't getting grants. And every time we went for a grant, we would, the province would say, you guys are in the green. Your municipality's in the green and you don't need money and you're helping municipalities because we had no debt. And we were one of a very small number. It was under 50 municipalities that had no debt in those days. And there's 444 municipalities in Ontario.
We used to get quite a revenue on our taxes too. I think we're getting up to close to 8 or 9% at one time for on late taxes.
Exactly. But we were, the problem was, as now, if you don't invest money for the future, your infrastructure, when you get to the future, is in dire condition.
Right.
That's why roads, fire, and while we're talking just for a second about fire, keep in mind that some volunteer municipalities have volunteer firefighters who are unionized and get paid by the hour. We're one of the few that still have a point system, and it's minuscule compared to what a lot of municipalities are paying 15 years ago. Okay, so when they're looking for, if their attitude has always been, give us the tools, we'll do the job. We're not looking for the money.
But having said that, some of the costs that are in here that we're not gonna use up goes back into reserve, right? Some of the projects that we look at and we're not gonna do them or get done, goes back into reserve.
Yeah, so what happens in a year where you have a surplus, we just roll it over into like a reserve. We don't use it the next year, right? If you're in a year where you budgeted reserves and you end up with a bit of a surplus without taking that into account, it reduces the number of reserves you've used. How it goes, right? So we've ran surpluses the last 4 years or 5. Some years minuscule, some larger, that just roll into our reserves.
Just for the record, what were we last year for the increase? We're 4% last year, weren't we?
I believe it was 2.97 or 1.97. I'll pull it up if you guys.
Sorry, Warren, we interrupted you.
No, I asked the question. I'm glad.
All right.
Get the background.
Sure.
Gives me a vision.
Mhm.
So next week, I am busy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just Thursday. And I had to cancel people from to this week and put them into next week, so I'm tight. So I'd love to get this done today, because I have the time this afternoon. So that is my good goal, because we have planning on Wednesday.
We do. I'm planning ahead.
Okay.
Exactly. So anyways, that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with today. I think we can get this done in another hour. I'm fine with 10.99, but if we take a little bit out of reserves and get it under the 10, I'm fine with 9.99. And I think that's realistic and we can get a lot done.
2% last year.
2% last year.
Yeah, exactly.
So this to me is a big step towards reality, and it's a good adjustment. And it's a year that quite frankly, I hate to say the word, we can make sure it's affordable. It's not only affordable, it's needed. Okay, so I'm fine with, I think we should be out of here by 2:00.
Yeah, when I think about everything here that we're doing here today, I think about my mom. And my mom is on her own in a house with very little income. So when we look at percentages such as we're looking at today, I always think about her and how is it going to impact on my mom. Knowing that there's other people in the same situation as my mom in the municipality. So yes, it's very tough. Yes, we did things the last term because of situations. And I knew that it was going to bite us in the behind for this term. So in saying that, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Kelly. 10%, whatever we finished out here. It is what it is. I have 0 time to commit for next week.
So finish today.
So let's finish today. But on the other hand, though, it's tough. So if we can pound this out in the next hour, we got to make some tough decisions. Let's get it done, and let's do it for the greater good for the municipality, as we always do. Everybody, and I know everybody's got a heavy heart for everything, but it is what it is. So.
Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, I agree with everybody. But at the end of the day, I don't like percentages. People can understand what their use be for their household. I'd sooner come up somewhere like we've done in the past for every $100,000 that we assessment is. We're usually around $1,140, whatever the case is, just to let them know exactly how much an increase is going to be. Not hiding anything. Percentage makes it sound worse than what it is.
We do that every year. Problem is you can't produce those figures without a past budget. Or at least a figure, right? But like I need that dollar value, the increase tax levy increase to put in the office system and provincial system that spits out that data. Right? So it's not like we can come today and say, well, I could have paid $900 and some thousand and come today and say this is how it's going to affect it. But it's a lot of work to come with those stats when you know you're never going to sit at that figure.
Yeah, because I tell, especially the impact our assessments not going at least another year, maybe two. So you know that the assessments are going to stay the same. So when you go buy per 100,000, yes, we're saying 9%, whatever the case we're saying 9%, but it's only an increase of, shouldn't say, oh, you're looking at maybe $250 or $300 more. Don't forget 2 years ago, COVID. That's why we're only at 2%. Last year, our costs were a lot less. We've got a new building now. We've got a new garage that just got built. Unfortunately, it had a fire, but we've got a new building, new vehicles. So there won't be anything coming up for roads for the next 5 or 6 years at least. And usually every second year or third year, something coming into the roads or comes into the fire department, comes in for the arena. Our arena is all done. Our fire department is up to stuff except they need the one pumper. So our departments are well equipped with what we've got. We took the hit last year, we're taking a hit this year. And then I feel confident that every year after it's going to be just a minimum what we're looking at.
But that's what we have to commit to is that, I mean, if we come back next year again and have this sort of, I mean, that would not be right. You know, at some point we've got to say enough is enough and that's what it is. If we ramp it up to that level, we've got to commit then next year to doing that. And that's what I'm concerned that we're not maybe frugal enough now, given all these improvements, you know, at some point we got to say we've done a lot. And I mean, I'm the first one to push for things, certainly and more. But ultimately, if we can commit to next year being, you know, okay, fine, this year we take a hit. Me personally, I would really like, I mean, we could settle this today, and for me, as long as it's 10%, and I know what you say, I understand that, but it's still significant. If we could agree to that, I mean, for me personally, I'm okay. But I like what you described about your mother, and I think it's a good point. We have a municipality that's made up of 50% of our seniors are seniors. There are people that are on potentially fixed incomes, and so we need to be mindful of that part, you know. But we do have a healthy community. I mean, Saskatchewan doesn't lie, or we're about in the limiting area. We are the you know the municipality that has the above average really certainly. So I'm okay with finishing today with that thought in mind. And we don't need to nickel and dime. You have your job to do with your departments. We put off certain things next year, and next year we agree that we need to find a way to make it. Oh, did I interrupt you?
Can I add one piece to this? Here's your four years of increases last term. 1.96, 2.11, 2.25, and 2.
Okay. Yeah.
From 2019 to 2022.
Exactly what I'm saying.
So they've averaged 2. It's tough, eh?
Councilor Shaw.
And again, with everything we have is up to code now. We've got a new building. We're working hard at it. It's constantly over the years. We understand that. It wasn't our doing. It's something that did happen. But at one point, we all have to bite the bullet. And this is the year that's going to come because look at the wage increases, the cost of living, all that comes into effect and it's coming back now. That's why the big increases in salary. Yeah. Not just for us, for everybody. And other municipalities, comparable municipalities are going to be doing the same thing. It's not that we're doing it, so we're not a one-off, but the other municipalities. I'm happy to finish it today. Like I said earlier, this is more important than going to town, but I mean, I can put this better than the other client. As we get a long weekend, when we don't get wrong after Wednesday. Oh, exactly. Good.
So if we were just to put basically with what you described earlier on, we were at 10.9.
With nothing other reserves. With nothing other.
Yeah.
No, correct, so.
An easier way, there also
Go
might
ahead.
be, where do you want to land? And work backwards.
Yes.
It's always easier
No,
than
9%. Something, that, one of the.
9.9,
1,119,
9.9.
9.9.
Not,
Okay. Anyone else?
Can I, what was the,
Where would you like?
I don't mean to go backwards here. So at 9 or 9.9, what are we taking out? Where's that?
So
We just recap that.
can, to get to the 10.99 that Councillor Kelly was speaking to. The active transportation project, we're gonna look to defer to next year, 171,238. We're gonna cut the bylaw enforcement fire prevention officer position out until January coming. I had included 20,000 for dry hydrants. I had included 1% that I will go back to the managers and say, we all need to put in 1%, like. So everyone's got to give something here. I need 1%. With all of that, it came down to 5.01%. So just say 5 off 16 leaves us at 11 or 10.99. Then I said, if you don't like 10.99, kind of from there, you either tell me go find 2%, Jason, or we touch reserves. That's kind of where we're at from it. I think if I had to go back to manager and say I need to find 2%, which is $121,000, I think I'm pushing it.
I think so too.
But I know I can do 1%. It's just some numbers that are the large increases, like I can't do nothing about hydro and furnace oil and propane and insurance.
That was my argument.
So when I look at it, I know there's probably a little consulting in mind that I'll have to forego.
Yeah, and there's.
That's why I'll have a little bit.
20,000 for integrity commission, and there's things like that, so, you know, you do have a bit of buffer, I threw out the budgets, there's buffer, you're good at that,
Yeah.
and you've done that. And
So
that's
you're
a
right.
good thing to do,
Yes,
you know.
and I thought about that one last year. Here was my thoughts.
Exactly,
Next year, we're gonna want to put something back in, because if we hit an integrity commissioner investigation next year and it's 10,000 or whatever, and there's no money, so we're kind of taking it out this year and putting it maybe back next year, but next year hopefully is a better year than this year.
yeah. But mean,
I know.
we don't have anything right now, you know.
That we're aware of,
We're
yes.
aware of, exactly, I don't want to say that because.
It's one of those, you roll the dice and say, are we good for the next 6 months?
Yes, are we good for the next
And we
6
can
months?
something.
We're already halfway through the year, you know, so we know some of our costs. Me personally, I think, look at 2%.
Okay.
Let's see, I don't think it's stretching it. I think I could go through this and I could identify
I'll do
costs,
2%.
which I don't ever like to do because I
Yeah.
don't think that's our job. I think there is 2% there. and
If
that's
you
why-
tell me 2%, I will, but it's gonna be things like that.
Yes, correct.
That when next year comes, if I say, can we gotta put this?
Yes,
I had to cut it, right? So
yeah.
I can make it happen.
And we're leaving in there the ski hill. I mean, we're doing certain things. Yeah,
What was that?
we're leaving the ski hill to the North Bay Manitoba Conservation Authority in there. We're leaving, you know, there's, I mean, we are being, it's a good budget in many ways. There's a lot of, it's.
One thing to remember is if we're doing the seniors villa, I have to find 16,000 there as well on top of 2. Just so you know.
what's that you're talking about?
Okay, sorry, Rick, I can, or Council Champagne, I'll get back to that one. While you're away, we discussed seniors villa.
Yeah.
We had said that, you know, there might be more that council wants to do for them, but I think it's a phased in approach, like a bit this year, and if there's anything else next year, fine. We can only do so much in a year that we're facing 16%. So the thoughts were, just to let you know, in 2019, a resolution was passed on the new buildings for the seniors villa. Council agreed to 50% reduction in taxes to the end of the 20-year agreement, which is 2029. But they pay garbage because it's user fees, it's not tax. On the old buildings or sorry, on the old building, it was the 50%. On the new builds, it was an exemption of 100% of taxes for the first 10 years and 50% reduction for the second 10-year term for a total of 20 years. Plus they pay garbage recycling. So long story short, right now, if we said, don't pay any taxes, don't pay any garbage and recycling, we'd be giving about $16,000 to the villa to assist them. Now, if council says like that, there's, you know, it's a little different than starting to get into, let's share out staff and I think this is a monetary thing that's just a given. But if council says next year, well, I think we can do more and let's start, fine, but it was a bit of a overnight exercise. But I had mentioned to the council that I'll keep it to the 16% fineness somewhere.
Yeah.
But if I find another two, I keep this plus two, right? So 2.25 roughly.
So we basically spot the battery.
And the villas, is that just for this year? We're going to, and then we'll.
The same as 10 years. We should give them the same thing as we gave the, let's do it for 10 years.
So what I mentioned earlier is it's likely just no taxes, no garbage, no recycling fees to the end of the agreements that we've signed with DSAP. Because at that point, then we're not bound by an agreement anymore.
We should have done it right from the start. Yeah, it's always at that viewpoint that because of the type of housing it is. And I mean, it's easy to bring the board in and say, you know, but the board from before has to live with that reality. So to me, it's the right thing to be doing for this type of project. It's you can hardly make any money. The reason it's been so difficult across Canada to build some of these houses, there's no revenue. They're so tight, you know? So I think we are doing the right thing in doing that.
So that's that piece. Thank you.
You take that? Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I apologize. I'm starting to lose it here. So with regards to that, what are we taking out? Sorry?
Yeah, so the active transportation project bylaw / fire prevention officer, dry hydrants. And then I'm gonna find 2.25%. That's all it's been discussed.
And that
And then we.
brings us down to percent or dollar figure to a house,
Yes,
I guess.
that would bring us down to 10.99
Then we said we would build in some.
without touching reserves.
And that's with your 2.25?
Yes. Not the 0.25, the 2, yes.
Okay.
So we're actually a little over that.
So I'm in favor with that, like 10.99 or 11%, whatever.
Reserves, we need to
Bring it below 10.
bring it to 10.
It'd just be below 10.
1% is 60,000.
So 9%, so basically we're, at this point, we're insuring 9, and two of us are suggesting 9. Well, anyway, so it's about that, 9%.
So either
9%.
either 9.99 or 9. Whatever,
Do you want to split the difference?
9.5?
Well, I'm just thinking if we take 1.5 from reserves.
Mason, you stay on it. It's not bad.
Oh, I agree. No,
It's about a 9.74,
it's reasonable.
but that's a 1.5% coming from reserves.
Good.
Unless you want to do a full 2%, then I mean,
No,
So that's 90,000.
yes, around that 90,000.
Okay.
And we commit to next year, doing our,
Keep in mind, just a caveat, just keep in mind next year, no one saw 7 and 8% inflation coming. And as you know, some of the figures we're looking at, we've had no control. Hydro and heat, two of the main ones. Let's face it.
You know, our message as well is we didn't do bad.
We did great.
Our budgets were sitting at 9 before the ABCs.
You would have told me to go back to 5% of you.
You'd be at the 7. The issue became the fact that we used reserves last year and a couple things. So I mean, overall, the budget process, I mean, you know what inflation is at. We know collective agreement, new buildings, all that. And we came in at 9, right? And we could have shaved. Yep. So I mean, it's just unfortunate, it's the reserve piece to it, right? So.
So percentage wise, what are we talking, please?
well, just, okay, so hang on, let's just finish the.
no, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm in agreement with that.
you're in agreement, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's tough, but yeah.
Yeah. People aren't gonna be happy.
Yeah.
There might be pitchforks at the door.
And people know, anybody who shops or buys gas knows what's going on. Or groceries, definitely.
So we're at 9.74. Is that where we're at?
Is everyone okay with that?
That's probably the only way that comes in.
I agree with you.
Sorry, we're trying to follow.
Okay, is that what you want, 9.74?
Yeah. What does that give for 100,000?
Well, I can't figure that out because I don't know total assessment. I gotta go back and look at the system.
Okay,
Well, why don't
Usually you come all of us.
that's okay.
Yeah. So if you want a dollar figure, we want 5 cents, if that's the case. Times 9.74%. $588,703.91. There's a tax levy increase at 9.74.
are there opportunities for revenue generation? Is there anything else that you've been able to?
Such limited, right?
All right,
The only piece I thought was, once we have a bylaw enforcement officer and how it comes to fines and things like that, there might be revenues in the future in those terms. And Councilor Cran and I have had to talk about that, about what fines go to POA and what percentage we get from that and which ones we can issue tickets without going through POA. And so there's a piece there that I think in the future would cover. You're not gonna make enough money to cover the position. But there's something there.
There's also a calendar. But they're looking at from the property next door to the land. Want to put a road, that's, and I told him, so we try to have a discussion. So he was unaware, and he says, I don't know what's going on with that. So we're told, we just want to permit, so we didn't start. And he basically said, well, hold me. So he didn't say his staff was talking to them, but he said, I thought that was all affected by it. I said, partner, still in the department or engineer, either yes or no, and you get an exit permit. You just want that.
Yeah.
If we get the exit permit, we can put the road in, we can sell the properties or do it all.
Our discussion from staff was that it never went to a full table for discussion. I went to one person who said no. So I mean, connect the dots, but.
Yeah, I think the CEO should talk to their CEO and do something. I think that's what the problem is.
Well, no, we've all been in a working group that their council wanted them to be part of, a council member to sit in a working group to discuss an entrance permit. And all that discussion came back to, it wasn't happening. But it didn't go to the council for a vote. So who kiboshed it?
Okay, maybe the mayor should talk to the mayor.
we've already talked and we're going to talk.
But yeah. Beyond that, it's tough, right?
Right, agree.
We're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so do we wait to get final numbers to vote or do we principle? So principle.
What about, like, if we have a council meeting up, so next week isn't good for anyone. Or for me, and
That's when we pass it, the next council meeting.
we passed it at the, do we want to have a discussion beforehand? To get final numbers or just?
It's done, we've been discussing it for 2 days. We discussed it. We decided.
Yep, okay.
Everyone's good? Okay.
Sure. Well, Jason has to come back and he gets the cuts and he.
Yes, I would say so.
Oh, I'll get them.
All right. So today, we're not going to pass any resolutions, we just gave direction. Is that correct?
Okay, if that's what you want to do.
You can still pass the resolution.
Well, that's what I was doing, was just the calculation.
Okay, 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 let's pass this. You don't need to do the capital and the. Yeah, she's got, I think, right here.
And then at the council meeting on the 23rd, that's where the budget of investments for the year comes in. And that's your budget.
Yeah. One question, just so I know for sure that this was one dry hydrant per guy.
Yes.
Before. Okay.
It's hard to explain to people that you, 1% is only equal to $60,000. Our population is not that big. So when we're saying 9%, it's not that big of an amount. You know, the population that we have. That's why I like looking at 100,000. Then reality is there for it.
Can each, I agree with you.
But they'll say, oh, North Bay is only 3%. You have to understand. Boston, again, they're different too. Yeah, we have a 6% increases here, our EBCs, it doesn't count, it doesn't count.
I feel bad.
I'll be the same.
They are hard decisions. This is not an easy thing. Oh,
Can you call my house?
911?
That's Lois's number.
What do I know your number by heart?
I don't know. We're done our meeting. If you want to come, deputy, please.
9.74.
Sure. Okay, I'm, I'll go ahead. Bye-bye.
All right, I was just gonna give you the number. Okay, so the municipal approves the in that inflation for long-term debt to a maximum of. Oh, there's two resolutions. They're splitting up the. Okay.
Stakes aren't.
It's on the health unit and there's 5 staff all retiring.
Yeah.
So look, she's retiring, upstairs, there's 2 other managers are retiring.
Nine minus.
Each grouping.
Like I say, that's talking, there'll be 200 people there, staff, and then going. A lot of young, new generation.
Yeah.
You have your calculator?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, yeah. I'm just taking it out, making it all.
Yeah.
Really, the map on that one put in is the total of the capital.
Yeah.
Take off the 1.7 million and the 20,000 for dry hydrant,
It's right.
right?
Yeah.
we know things are tough.
That should be our figure. We do, and I know we got some time because everybody was wanting to stay for another hour, so. 1712389 minus 20,000. That's our capital.
Oh, you got a plan for the future.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, yeah.
And then.
Per year.
That's addition. Everybody represents. It won't be as presented, but that's okay. So on this one here.
For me? Is that? Yeah. It's always important. It's a staple.
Yeah.
What are you gonna get?
We're waiting a couple years and hopefully.
You talked about it last, right?
Yeah.
Did they talk about washing downstairs?
Not that good washroom.
Yeah. An issue down there. Carnival.
Right? You don't like to
All the washings off.
Did they have nap?
That's for downstairs and up in flooded.
stay up there.
It's in second year now,
That's news to me, Sean.
not too Adam. Greg talked to Adam. This past
But how long have you been
on
out?
Saturday night, if do something about it this year. That was on record anymore.
Okay.
What's wrong with the washroom?
The downstairs, the bathrooms,
Mm-hmm.
whenever too many people use it. Some kind of
This will be shutting.
smell. And
I never heard nothing about it.
Brutal.
I thought it was going back to the smell thing.
it is.
Highway.
Yeah.
17.
Oh, remember there was something that came forward to council about what the cost was gonna be and it was outrageous, the cost, and we had said, oh, we're not, or something, so it might be pointing back to the same thing, right?
Easier when you're young.
What I mean, right? Yes.
You want downstairs, so you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something. The look into.
Okay. Okay, so here you go.
And we'll do the capital budget resolution first. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Kelly and Councillor Champagne. That the municipality of East Ferris approved the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $1,892,300, and that the treasurer be authorized to make application to Infrastructure Ontario and Royal Bank of Canada for long-term financing to a maximum of $250,000.
On favor? They both carry, thank you.
And operating, mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Roy Akers, Councillor Trahan. The council for the municipality of East Ferris adopts the 2023 operating budget as presented in the amount of $8,896,463, representing a tax levy increase of $588,703.91 or 9.74%.
On favor? C'est bon.
All those values will be confirmed in the budget that comes for the 23rd. So whether there was an error
Yeah,
or something, we'll
we'll
pick
have
it
the
up for the final bylaw.
Okay.
You do by the next week, the values.
What I'll do is I usually just take the presentation from the prior year and I change all the figures. So you'll have that figure. Then from that, we produce the pamphlet that goes with tax bills, which is the same data basically.
So I'm on the same page as Rick, when people, and it always comes up, what they're paying taxes, it doesn't matter who it is. I always go back to the mill rate.
Mhm.
Because it's then you're comparing oranges to oranges. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, c'est bon.
Good.
Okay. Adjournment.
Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Trahan, and Councillor Payne, so that we do now adjourn this meeting at 12:59.
Favor? Okay,